cat girl practically fizzed with excitement, saying she couldn't wait to see him at work. The horned assistant couldn't hold back and eagerly asked what was coming up for the day. The man clamped his fist around the hammer's handle. All right, it was time to work. It all kicked off in the Kingdom of Vale when a totally bewildered office worker got called in and the local monarch dropped the truth about his summons. The courtroom magicians whipped their heads toward each other in shock. Those aura readings still hadn't moved. No special powers at all, just the usual tools. So the furious ruler calmly signed the peasant's execution order. The man froze in shock, and the king started yelling in panic that the next draft wouldn't come for a full 15 years. The monarch erupted in rage and snarled that the worthless wretch be dragged out and beheaded right now. The mages sprinted to pin everything on the hero, and the lord, broken with despair, clutched his face like he couldn't bear it anymore. Rage swallowed him whole as he vowed to execute every sorcerer and wipe their families from the map. The hero begged for one shot, but the bald advisor bulldozed right over him and pitched a devious scheme to the king. Everyone heard the ritual worked. The front lines were won by shadow squads, but the earthling was still stuck behind palace walls. 15 long years, he rotted under house arrest, trapped like a living screen, just an ordinary decorative hero. The worn-out blacksmiths finally slumped and admitted it was time to part ways because a hero had been summoned again, and the world was calling him back. Henji scratched the back of his head, remembering how at the start he couldn't forge even a single nail. He flashed a genuine smile, practically bowing his heart to his mentors for every single one of those 15 unforgettable years. "Nothing you can do," the boy muttered, giving up and swinging the hammer like it was just muscle memory. He stared down at the glowing, heated iron rod, and after all these years in the royal forge, it hit him hard. He'd been nothing but a decoration. Sparks tore through the air from that razor-sharp hit, and in that filthy, deadly grind, it felt like the whole world was nothing but gloom and danger. Henji beamed with warmth at the very masters who once took him in and taught him the craft. Those stern men looked him in the eye and genuinely thanked him for everything. The boy beamed, squinting into the light, because life here was way better than he'd ever dared to hope. Years slipped by since his own call, and in that forge, he finally found the true crew who would stand by him. While the grand castle loomed above, the summoning ritual for a brand new hero finally reached its end. The king stared straight ahead, frozen in stunned amazement, his breath caught as that impossible force of light roared into his world. News tore through the royal castle at last. The ritual was completed, and a brand new hero had been summoned. The old king, blinded by that brutal glow, whispered through his shock that this light's power was just too overwhelming to believe. The magical circle flared to life, and the whole hall filled with those thrilled, hushed murmurs from the nobles. Yeah, the summoning ritual totally worked. Under the blazing light, his dark hair streaked past like lightning. The crowd went death silent, eyes locked on that looming silhouette like it was about to ignite everything. The light died out, and there she lay on the floor in her business suit, Endo Kane, completely stunned as a stranger beside her claimed point blank that she'd been dropped inside the Kingdom of Vale. As the crowd cheered her for her wild, unique skills and demanded proof from a mage, the stranger just kept calm. He stepped forward and said, "I'm Henji, a former hero." The king sank hard into his throne, let out a breath that felt like pure relief, and knew finally that the country was safe from that moment on. The hall erupted into motion the second the orders boomed, everyone scrambling to set up the ceremony fast and reveal the new savior of the people. Cold sweat drenched Henji as his mind raced. He couldn't even wrap his head around it, because he'd never once left the capital in his whole life. The monarch snapped his eyes down and coldly declared he'd reward the veteran with his own estate, only for everyone to realize it was nothing but barren, empty land. The fox advisor wrapped this exile in care like a blanket, whispering that quiet lands awaited him, forests, where the warrior could finally mend the wounds he'd carried for 15 brutal years. Henji choked down the bitter truth, dropped to his knees before the throne, and held back his emotions as he quietly thanked them for the mercy. The whole town lined up and sent him off with real smiles, waving hard as the carriage rolled away, and begged him, "Come visit for sure." And at last, the old hero pulled up with the crew, stared at those familiar faces in silence and said goodbye to home for good. The young man flashed a warm smile at his companions, thanked them for everything, and then took off on his journey. In the carriage, Henji drifted back to distant Japan, and he couldn't help but stare at the fact that he'd somehow slipped into 40 so quietly. The whole crew coasted down the road like they had all the time in the world. Tears suddenly spilled down his cheeks, and a bitter smile tugged at his face as he cursed how soft he'd grown with age. 15 years in the capital carved him into someone completely different, no turning back. The coachman told Henji to climb the hill and take a good look around, and Henji nodded, grateful and ready. After 20 brutal days of travel, we finally leave that grind behind us. When the news hit that they'd finally arrived, the former hero let out a pained groan and stumbled out of the carriage, clutching his throbbing back like it was on fire. Suddenly, his face stretched in alarm as worry surged into a suspicious stare. He hauled himself up the wild, overgrown slope with zero hesitation. The coachman yanked his hat low, covering his eyes in silence. Carefree clouds drifted lazily over the hill, like the sky had all the time in the world. Henji stared down from the cliff, and his breath caught. His brand new domain was an endless wild forest. He fought to steady his breathing, then muttered, "There's no point just standing around." Then his nerves snapped. Sweat soaked him, so he spun around and demanded, panicked, whether they'd gotten the address wrong. Deep inside the thick forest, an old wooden hut just suddenly burst into view. As he pushed deeper through the thickets, the traveler's hope started to crumble. Was there even a settlement for him to find? He let out a shaky breath of relief. This was the perfect spot to crash for the night. The door let out a blood-curdling creak. Inside, emptiness swallowed him. Weeds had already clawed through the boards, and the house felt abandoned for ages. The boy rubbed the back of his head, totally baffled, like the answer vanished into thin air. He peeked into the backyard and spotted a second building that looked just like a barn. A chilling question crawled into his head. What if the king himself secretly built this refuge for him and was secretly a good man? The moment his eyes opened, they locked onto the one surviving stone fireplace. But that joy vanished just as fast because not a single well was there. No river was anywhere close, so he had to hunt down water somehow, any way he could. He took a deep breath, locked in, thrust his hand forward, and fired off a magical search spell. That empty bucket filled to the brim in an instant. Magic crushed the first problem, and now all that was left was hunting down dinner. Feeling unstoppable with his magic, the young man hauled up a bucket of water and figured dinner was finally the only thing left. Henji stumbled through the forest, starving and deep in thought because the fields weren't going to pay out anytime soon, and right here, there wasn't a single thing he could eat. He rammed forward through the tangled, thick grass, refusing to back down. With a heavy sigh, he drifted into a daydream about a river where, at last, he could catch a few fish. The trees tore apart to reveal a bright clearing, where white flowers glowed like stars in the light. Up ahead, a massive boulder blazed like pure gold. Henji just stood there, utterly stunned, convinced he'd stumbled onto treasure. He flashed a startled grin, totally thrown off by the fact that he'd stumbled into a place like this. That close-up turned out to be way bigger than anyone expected, and when they brushed its scaly surface, it felt nothing like metal at all. Suddenly, a massive shadow slammed over him. With a brutal snap of sound, a massive wing erupted open, and Henji's face went dead white. Fear slammed into him, and he recoiled instantly. In front of him, the dragon towered in all its terrifying glory. The beast dropped its snout, sniffed him like prey, and growled whether he was a hero. Henji panicked so hard he could barely spit out, "I was a hero once." A deep, booming lizard voice, boldly claiming it was one of the main inhabitants here, rattled through the whole place. The dragon blurted out, "We're in the Druid's forest, holy ground where gods, beasts, and spirits share the same breath." The sacred dragon Cruel towered there in a terrifying silence, and it snarled for the young man to get out, right now. This place wasn't built for humans. It felt like it wanted you gone the second you showed up. His eye narrowed again, barking for the exit, like he'd refused to stay another second. But the boy couldn't understand a single word the dragon said, so he just blinked, dumbfounded, then stepped forward anyway. He immediately spotted the beast's brutal, jagged wound. Its scales were so thick, nothing short of a miracle could be stitched with an ordinary needle. Throwing caution to the wind, the young man sprinted straight at the wounded monster. He pleaded with Cruella to stay calm, and swore he'd rush out and craft the special tools right away. His hand snapped shut into a fist, dead set on it. The battered dragon just blinked, utterly lost, staring after him like it couldn't even process what happened. The boy sprinted to the forge and cranked it up in a flash. The coal flared to life, and the forge roared awake as it heated up for the forging. He stood atop the bales, whipping the flames higher with every furious fan. He gripped that heavy hammer tight, took a sharp, focused breath. All right, it was go time. With the heavy hammer clenched in his grip, the blacksmith snapped his head up and gave himself a ruthless nod. All right, time to forge. The blacksmith slammed the blazing metal with everything he had, and sparks exploded into the air like a fiery fireworks show. He yanked the blanks out of the furnace, then swung the hammer non-stop like his life depended on it. Sweat dripped into his eyes, but he didn't slow one bit. The iron screamed as it cooled in the water, and the forge kept hammering with relentless clanging that never once let up. Hot steel hissed low and dull inside the clamps. Wiping his brow, he decided if he wanted this thing to work, he'd forge another dozen of those parts. At last, the first one was ready to go. In the pitch black, a giant eye snapped open. Dragon Cruel shot up, instantly remembering every painful detail of his wound. The beast froze, staring at the person in shock, utterly baffled by what had just happened. The blacksmith finally let out a breath of relief and greeted the patient with a warm nod. The anemone dragon's scales were pierced clean through, then locked tight together by a neat line of heavy metal clamps. The impressed predator complimented the steel-crafted jewelry, but the man just slid him a whole bowl of food like, "Eat." The dragon snapped silent, eyeing that thick, leaf-stuffed brew like it might bite. The blacksmith fired off a quick lesson. This is spinach, packed with iron that'll slam your lost blood right back into your body fast. Hot, steamy clouds billowed up from the massive wooden trough, packed to the brim with freshly cooked food. Henji leaned in with a grin, watching to see if that treat really hit the spot. After a huge lunch, he kindly told everyone to rest. Then all he got back was a muffled dragon's growl. He didn't bat an eye. He swore with total sincerity that he'd cook until the beast was fully satisfied. The night sky was packed with dense, blazing stars. A peaceful night finally settles in. For the very first time, Henji drifted off under the open sky, peacefully cuddled up against the warm side of a massive dragon. This morning, he stretched out sweetly in the grass, glowing with relief because he finally got a real deep sleep. Suddenly, a sharp, demanding voice tore through the morning silence like a blade. The boy slowly blinked up, his eyes half-lidded as a snide voice called him human. Irritation flared as he sat down and snapped that he'd be called Henji. Then his eyes caught those slender legs nearby. A massive, scaly tail swept back and forth right beside them, slow and deadly like it owned the whole moment. The stranger slowed down and repeated his name, and the boy's eyes drifted up to meet him. Right in front of him, a gorgeous horned dragon girl floated there with a grin, hovering inches above his face, thanking him with bright joy for the healing, and leaving Henji completely frozen in stunned shock. The horned girl rested her chin in her hand, then flashed him a sweet, soft smile. He swallowed hard and asked if she was really cruel, and she just nonchalantly tugged at the hem of her shirt, like the scar was the first thing everyone should notice. She pulled up her clothes and exposed a long scar across her stomach, and the guy's face instantly flushed as he hurriedly asked her to cover it back up. He stared at the injury and realized the wound had shrunk. Suddenly, she lunged toward his face and blurted out that she had a request. The boy's smile lit up his face, and you could tell he was genuinely thrilled she'd finally recovered. They were parked in the middle of the field when she shouted at him again, eyes blazing with excitement. The girl demanded to master iron and begged him to take her as his apprentice, and it totally blew his mind. So there, deep in the mysterious Druth forest at the kingdom's edge, destiny finally struck when they stumbled into their sacred dragon. The knife screeched across the plate, scraping up the last greasy remnants of a hearty dinner. In a lavish hall, the bald advisor poured the king a drink, fawning over Kane's legendary feats like his life depended on it. The monarch curled his lip in disgust, thinking back to that other pathetic decoration, and imagining they're probably just now realizing how powerless they really are. The advisor wickedly nodded along, fully knowing exactly what he was doing. They erupted into laughter, 15 years living in that palace. And then the kid got kicked straight onto the street, while the bald man actually prayed the forest animals would finish him off for good. Suddenly, The door blew off its hinges with a brutal crash. Then a bloodied knight stumbled in, dropped to the floor, and wheezed about the horrendous losses. The rulers just froze in pure shock. The king shot up from his throne, stunned that his invincible army got wiped out so effortlessly. The advisor's whole body broke out in icy sweat. Shaking with terror, the monarch choked out that their weapons were worthless, while the elite armor ripped open like flimsy paper. Meanwhile, out in the farthest reaches, the horned demoness grinned as she scanned the tangled, ruined place. Her partner called pretty modestly his forge. She lounged back with zero worries, glittering in her daring outfit, then started peppering the air with curious questions about everything around her. The boy blinked, utterly baffled. While the demoness teased with a playful grin, he shot his eyes away and begged Cruel to tone it down, just a little because she was still so young. She lifted her chin with pride. 170 years might sound huge to humans, but for a dragon, she was basically still young. Her smile vanished in an instant as memories of the demon attack sheared through her mind. Divine beasts were being hunted, and she remembered exactly how terrifying it was. Henji didn't waste a second. She demanded to know where that terrifying stitched scar on her belly came from. The dragoness cringed as she confessed she'd let her guard down, then, like a switch flipped, burst into joyful excitement and begged to become his student. Koval stared at her in pure disbelief, asking if she was truly sure she wanted this. The girl practically radiated excitement, already picturing the moment she'd flex her blacksmith skills for her relatives. She leaned in tight toward Henji and wouldn't let go of her demand, fiercely insisting he agree. But then, her bright spark died down, and a rush of quiet fear flickered in her eyes. Henji flicked his gaze aside, genuinely thrilled that his whole situation had actually grabbed someone's attention. He shot his head up and declared, loud and firm, that the forge was starting fresh work today. With a joyful shriek, the girl flung herself around his neck, right by the anvil. She couldn't wait and demanded to know if they'd start forging weapons. She popped up from behind the desk with a playful grin, holding her breath as her very first assignment finally came. Henji casually tossed out the idea of starting with the knives he'd forged by the hundreds back at his old job. The man demanded she watch closely and soak it all in, and the horned Cruel grinned as she shot her hand up, eager as could be. The blacksmith's pupil's eyes narrowed like a hunter's, every ounce of him locked onto the craft, fully locked in. A deafening clang tore through the air as the heavy hammer crashed down on the glowing iron, blasting a wild burst of sparks everywhere. With sweat dripping down his face, the master gave an embarrassed smile and apologized for getting so lost in his work. Cruel pinned the anvil's workpiece in place with a cold, unblinking stare, hypnotizing it without a single sound. Then she lit up with pure delight, her eyes widening as she honestly couldn't believe how fast he moved. As the blacksmith smeared the blade with the mixture, the girl fidgeted and demanded, "Is it ready yet?" He calmly shut them down and said, "Don't worry, there's still a firing stage left up ahead." The master's claim that the metal had zero stickiness made Cruel freeze mid-blink, completely baffled. And then, during his next term Guts, it struck her as so hilariously wrong that she suddenly burst into unstoppable laughter. He leaned in and swore, this is the way he talks about the material's hidden power to lock itself in shape. While they were arguing about the perfect way to heat it, he suddenly slashed the blade through liquid, and the girl gasped, asking him why there was oil. Cruel yanked her head back in shock, because right in front of her face, a perfectly sharpened knife suddenly flashed to life. The girl stared, mouth slightly open, at the razor-sharp blade flashing inches from her face. Through a choking veil of steam, a blazing blade hissed as Henji plunged a fresh workpiece into the oil. The blacksmith lifted his perfectly polished knife, then gave it a sharp nod like it had just passed his toughest test. His horned buddy's eyes lit up with pure, kid-level excitement the moment he promised he'd craft 5 more before the day was over. She snapped her hand down with victory on her face, already picturing fat profit waiting for her in the nearest city. The city market hit them with endless rows of trading tents, stretching as far as the eye could see. Reality hit Henji like a truck. He slumped over the spread knives, staring in disbelief at the total emptiness. Not a single client. Young women and family couples slipped past their post. No weapons, no fighting, because they had no reason to draw steel. Henji rubbed his chin, mulling swords in his head, when right out of nowhere a desperate woman's scream tore through his thoughts. He spun around at the sound of that voice. The companion leaned in and said, "Since we're in the city, go hunt for buyers. Start with the local mercenaries." And now they're the ones sparking the chaos. This burly soldier storms in and roughly hurls a terrified girl straight onto the pavement. While that smug gang leader laughed at his helpless victim, Henji crept forward in cold silence. He burst out of the crowd like a command answered on cue, planting himself as a living shield between those cocky swordmen and the girl. On those cobblestones, she crumpled to the ground, dazed by the mess spilling everywhere, while a bunch of arrogant swordsmen towered over her, smug and ready to look down. The battered girl crumpled in despair, clutching her head as she sobbed over the precious potion that was ruined. A heavy boot landed with a brutal thud, cutting straight through her moment. The long-haired swordsman grinned and swung his blade around with fearless swagger, showing off a royal court sword to his accomplices like a trophy. To the cheers of his friends, he swaggered over and stomped straight onto someone else's sword lying on the pavement. Gordy barely got any notice, so he doubled down, bragging about his blade and sneering at the pitiful imitation right at his feet. Henji seethed with rage and flat out suggested they just beat those insolent fools. But the young man coolly rested his hand on her head and ordered her to wait. He didn't stay quiet. He stepped up and snapped that stomping all over someone else's weapon is already way too far. The swordsman snapped his head toward the stranger, clearly annoyed. He didn't wait for the talk to end. He lunged forward out of nowhere, and Henji's breath caught in pure terror. A blinding flash tore through the air as the warrior swung his famed sword with everything he had, smashing the young man hard. Under the brutal pressure, the souls screeched and slid across the ground. A jagged chunk of metal snapped free, clanged against the stone, and slammed into the wall. The swordsman's face drained of color with pure horror. His flawless royal blade shattered to bits against the young man's plain old saber. The battered bully bolted down the road, hurling weak little threats over his shoulder as he fled. The crowd exploded into applause, stunned that plain steel had shattered the royal sword, and they started shouting for the secret behind it. The blacksmith, exhausted to the bone, snapped that there were no tricks, no hidden moves, and the sword itself was the only thing. The rescued girl burst toward her hero to thank him, praising his masterful sword skills, only for him to squirm and admit, "Nah, I'm just a blacksmith." And I whipped out my weapon and proved it. The girl froze in disbelief, staring at a plain kitchen knife like it was about to turn the whole world upside down. Her keen assessment snapped reality in half. Right in front of her sat the impossible prize, an item of the highest rank, stamped with a bold S. The boy just stared, confused at what he'd made, completely clueless about how much it was truly worth. This rank blew right past even the royal court's highest standards. With a death grip, the evaluator hauled the blacksmith in close and shoved the price up to 20 gold coins on the spot. Suddenly, her eyes blazed with an even crazier rush of excitement. The beast woman flashed that sweet, innocent grin, then yanked out 3 more identical knives. Trembling with pure joy, the girl nearly fainted as a whole lineup of S-rank artifacts dazzled her, while the creator stood off to the side, utterly stunned. With her eyes wide and her voice shaking, the girl blurted, "Wait, are these artifacts really all the top-tier S-rank stuff?" The girl beamed with pure excitement and thrust a fluffy coin bag into his hands, telling him to wrap all 5 items in one go. A wild thought hit me. What if I could snag a full million on day 1? Cold sweat dripped down his face as he frantically did the math. 1 local gold coin could buy a whopping 10,000 yen. The blacksmith and his horned buddy were parked at a street cafe table, right there with a total stranger. Around, the city life felt calm on the surface, yet it was buzzing non-stop with energy. The girl grinned with warmth. She was Filner Raza, and she earned her living by trading. He took a slow sip of tea, then answered the greeting with unshakable calm. Back in business mode, Filner fidgeted, clasped her hands, and asked to split the payment, because every time the good stuff showed up, she completely lost control. Koval knew this kind of weakness had already destroyed plenty of merchants, but the girl's sincerity hit him hard. Then he nodded, agreeing on one brutal condition. condition. After a quick glance at her worn, patched coat, the man couldn't shake the fear that she might not even have a single extra 100 gold coins. Filner didn't even pause. He shot back an immediate yes and went along with it. Then the blacksmith slammed the cards on the table and swore to forge a deal with her, promising he'd sell his knives to no other merchant but her. His choice was locked in. He was determined to work with only her. Exclusive rights. Filner broke out in cold sweat because he just realized he'd be handed the monopoly on the top-rank weapon, S. She shot up from the table, stubbornly refusing to accept that kind of wild luck. He softly brushed his sleeping partner's head and whispered that he and Cruel were locked in together. No splitting their efforts, no stretching thin. The dark-haired employee lit up and happily grabbed the entire pile of paperwork without a second thought. She spread the map wide, then stabbed a big cross on the spot where he could finally grab his knives. Right then, her eyes snapped wide with pure terror. Turns out her new clients were living deep inside the creepy druid's forest. She leaned in and asked, real quiet, if the horned girl might be some kind of beast person, and the girl just sprawled there, lazily promising she'd personally lead them right through the thicket. The next sentence hit like lightning, and the employee froze on the spot. I am a sacred dragon, Cruel said like it was no big deal, then covered her mouth and yawned. As the poor woman snapped out of shock, he just awkwardly grinned, because at that point, there was nothing else to do but trust his words. Hidden deep in the forest thicket, their modest wooden cottage vanished like a secret. A steaming high-class dinner waited on the table, fresh pizza piled high and a hearty soup just begging to be devoured. The man let out a huge sigh of relief. Real food was finally within reach, and Cruel just beamed with pure wicked joy. The dragoness chomped down greedily, then stuffed her mouth full as she praised her partner's cooking like it was pure magic. Joyful and buzzing with energy, she sprang upright. This was her moment to step in and go tear after that giant boar. Before anyone could stop him, Cruel snatched someone else's bow and bolted out the door, soaring off like he owned the sky. With a thunderous roar, the giant dragon crashed into the heart of the forest, blasting up clouds of dust like a storm. Henji bolted straight at the beast, stunned beyond belief. Cruel had turned around again. For a moment, the girl crumpled to the ground and sobbed like her heart was tearing in two over a bow that was totally shattered. Tears streamed down her face as she wrung her hands raw, begging again and again for the blacksmith. He laid his hand on her head, but that ordinary tree never stood a chance once she swung with full force at the boar. With a bitter sigh, Cruella admitted she'd hurled herself onto the dragon in pure despair, only for the prey to slip away anyway. He softly ruffled her hair, then told her to lie down right on him. Henji's promise lit up the girl's cheeks with pure joy as he swore he'd craft her the perfect bow. In the workshop, he wrestled with the truth. Iron could forge real strength, but man, it was way too heavy. The blacksmith's eyes swept across the abandoned stone ruins from the outside. Extra weight will wreck your aim, so if you're sprinting through the forest, you'd better strap on a bow that's as light as it gets. His eyes landed on what was inside that old chest, and his whole body froze in shock. Henji refused to settle for regular iron and started digging through secret caches of supplies. In the glow, he yanked out a mysterious dark fragment, staring at it like, how the heck did this end up here in the first place? Inside the box, glittering silver ore pulsed with a weak, eerie light. Cruelness dragged her head down, heavy and exhausted. She idly dragged the tool across the ground until Henji suddenly called her name from the doorway. A boy asked for a hole to be dug, and the girl blinked, stunned, then nodded and agreed. With one sharp jerk, she transformed into a giant dragon. She roared, crashed into the earth, and the impact was so brutal the blacksmith had to panic and slam the brakes. Henji grinned over the crater they'd carved, announced they were making a bow next, and left the dragoness staring in total confusion. He blurted out that the pit would become his casting mold, then immediately tore into it, prepping the ground right away. A workpiece slid into that tight slot with a dull, final clunk. The blacksmith revealed a long, sleek stick, and it was meant to serve as the core. Cruel slammed his palms to the ground, and a magical glow shot out, instantly hardening the loose sand and making Cruel burst out in real, thrilled delight. Henji let out a satisfied nod. Yes, that tree was finally within reach. The magic kept roaring, hammering itself into the walls until they finally took solid form. They pulled the base out with surgical precision, precision. Stage 1 was finally done, and now the ground sat there, perfectly stamped for new weapons. The blacksmith's grin said it all. This first stage was a total win, because the shape came out perfectly flawless. The blacksmith planted himself at the forge and barked, "Bring out the metal." His blood ran cold as the girl snatched the blazing crucible with bare hands, but she only laughed like the heat couldn't even touch her. The master let out a tired exhale, admitted she was brilliant, and then ordered the liquid poured straight into the mold. A bit later, the girl whistled while she spun the finished rod, staring in awe at how feather-light it felt. Then the boy grinned and told her, "In my world, they call it aluminum. He says it's tough, yet flexible, which means this is the perfect moment to carve a bow out of it." She blinked, totally baffled, and scrambled to understand the weird word she couldn't make sense of. The boy burst into laughter and told her it was a special alloy, way tougher than silver. So even with all that strength, she'd still be in for a real fight. The girl grinned like a predator and asked, dead serious, whether bending was already possible. With a sharp snap, she drove the rod into his stomach, then yanked the ends toward herself, straining hard like she meant to tear through him. In a blink, she launched a flawless, perfectly curved arc that rose triumphantly from her hands. She yanked the bowstring back with iron grip, drew a bead, and zeroed in on her target. The blacksmith grinned and urged him to try the brand new weapon in the heat of battle. The arrow tore from its spot and smashed the target to bits in a single thunderous hit. The crushing hit didn't just break the target into splinters, it shattered the arrow too. Cruel whimpered like a ghost over the shattered arrow, while Henji raced through ideas in his head on how to harden the tip. But the onion held up, and when it did, the girl lit up with pure joy as she proudly displayed the weapon that still survived. The boy didn't care about anything else. He only had eyes for her wound. He pitched the idea of going together, and Cruel snapped it up, surprised, yeah, but totally ready. Just a second. She shot her hands up in triumph, finally locked in and ready to hunt that boar. Soon they both vanished into the bushes, and the girl hissed a quiet signal to point out the approaching target. Branches crackled ominously into the darkness ahead. A hulking, tusked monster tore into the clearing, and Henji just froze in shock at how massive it was, while Cruel was practically buzzing, jabbing his finger at the beast like it was the best thing he'd ever seen. She knocked an arrow and pulled the bow back, but the boy snapped into panic and desperately screamed at her to stop. She ignored every warning and poured a horrifying amount of raw power into that shot anyway. Henji's face went deathly pale, and pure horror flooded every inch of him. A deafening whistle tore through the air, and the string snapped like it was never meant to last. Instead of an arrow, a massive beam of raw energy tore through the space like it owned the universe. That terrifying blast didn't just hit the target, it wiped it clean off the map like it never existed. He flinched back behind that armored hand, nerves screaming louder with every second. The girl loosed the arrow, and that brutal shot ripped the air open like it had nowhere left to hide. She grinned and jabbed him in the chest with the bow, praising it like it was magic. Yet he stood there totally baffled, swearing the victory was all her doing. While the companion stared in awe at how effortlessly the bow dropped the demonic boar, the blacksmith broke into a sweat, spiraling in panic. How did his same plain aluminum piece end up getting an S rank again? In the room, Henji slammed a steaming hot pot onto the table, and that thick, mouth-watering aroma instantly sparked his companion's hunger. A quiet little wooden house tucked itself deep in the forest, hidden like a secret. A hearty stew, packed with big chunks of meat, boiled and bubbled like it was teasing your hunger. The blacksmith ladled steaming soup into a bowl, shoved it into the girl's hands, and swore the magic came from a special seasoning brewed with fermented soybeans and malted rice. Cruel blurted in shock, "What kind of soup is this?" And when the answer came, he heard the strange word, miso. The moment she took her first sip, her eyes snapped tight with sudden shock. The dragoness's eyes glittered, her cheeks went rosy, and she blurted out, laughing, that it tasted absolutely amazing. The dragoness took a bite and got completely swept away by the flavor. Her eyes lit up with pure, sparkling delight. With a soft smile, Henji let her dig in as much as she wanted to say thanks for the help. Then the girl started happily chowing down, plate after plate disappearing fast. He admitted that during his court days, he had all the free time in the world, so he used it to sharpen his cooking skills. Those thoughts yanked his focus straight into blacksmithing, because right then, an image of a flawless blade burned into into his mind, and even now Henji couldn't wrap his head around how he ever forged a top-tier knife marked with the highest rank, S. All his life, he swore his blades were doomed to be only ranks D and E. But then he stared at his old sword, and the truth hit hard. His former master hadn't been wasting him at all. He'd been forcing him to grind himself down in training. The young man stared at the sword he'd forged with his own hands, turning it over like he was finally seeing its power for the first time. Henji sat alone in that chair, lost in memories of his old master. He slumped against the castle walls, staring out at the capital, and he couldn't stop worrying how that boy was doing. The apprentices were stunned by the old man's kindness, because they'd always believed he couldn't stand the student. The master shoved him away, barking like a man possessed, and didn't even bother to say goodbye, all because Henji hadn't fully matured mentally into his gift yet. The old man smirked and nudged his pipe, because the second he praised that boy he'd swell with arrogance, so he drilled him into forging weapons the hard way, locked to a strict V rank. The students shot each other confused looks. Wait, isn't a blacksmith who can craft true Class A gear an insanely rare find? So if Henji's really that big a genius, why did they kick him out? The master's expression soured, and he snapped. A weapon like that in a regular soldier's hands is a death sentence waiting to happen. He went dead quiet, then let out a slow, smoky exhale. The king probably stewed over this choice for ages, scared the boy had some sneaky motive lurking under the surface. With weapons that strong, their own country would be obliterated, yet miles away, by a wrecked, overgrown house. A desperate scream for help tore through the night. There was zero danger. This horned partner wasn't hunting at all, just tracking Henji down and teasing him like, "Hey, today's your day off." But the young man didn't have a second to spare. He stood right in front of the street oven he'd built with his own hands, itching to check something. The dragon looked stunned, like, why wasn't he resting today? And then she pressed him, asking what he was up to. The young guy told me he had to go inspect something, right by the street oven he built with his own hands. Henzi's eyes locked onto the home stove, and everything just stopped. He had to figure it out fast. Was it his skill doing the work, or was the real magic hidden in the S rank of this equipment? He stepped outside and fired off a request to the horned assistant, begging him to help with the heat. The massive hammer slammed into the metal with a thunderous roar, shaking everything in its path. He hammered away at the improvised fire with total focus, while the girl beamed as she hauled up a barrel of water. Those thoughts about the real power of his skills kept clawing at him, refusing to let him breathe. Henji shoved his doubts aside and threw himself headfirst into the work. They kept at it outside, powered by nothing but their own grit. Sparks burst into the air with every brutal hit. The flame whispered through the air, and the companion sprinted after the master's every command. Later, the girl couldn't wait to inspect the finished blade. Somehow it came out flawless even without the magical oven. With the new weapon finally in hand, Henji let out a deep sigh of pure satisfaction. Everything was ready at last. Mumbling to himself, he inched to the cliff's very edge. "Henji, what is this?" She managed to squeak as he just calmly loosened his grip and hurled the brand new weapon straight into the abyss. Henji slowly rolled the brand new knife in his grip, but with no skill to judge it, he couldn't tell if that S meant a real rank or if it was just pretending. In his memories, a royal sword shattered long ago surged back into view, those same broken pieces he once picked up with his own hands. With a sharp swing, the blacksmith slammed his knife down onto the powerful crystal balanced on the stump. The blade jammed halfway, and Henji's face twisted with frustration, because the weapon from the same forge used to slice a sword clean through, but this one barely scrapes into rank A. The horned assistant beamed and insisted the knife was still incredible, then swore their oven was hiding some seriously powerful magic. Suddenly, the girl burst from her spot and sprinted toward the unseen buyer, leaving the blacksmith totally dumbfounded. His sharp ear twitched with pure nerves. A colossal winged dragon tore across the sky, thunder shaking everything, and a fearless voice boomed from above. "I'm taking her." That threat echoed through the endless forest, thundering in the trees like a warning that wouldn't die. Miss Filner dropped into the clearing at Henge's feet, crumpling to her knees and choking on air as she forced out, "Hello, master." The blacksmith shot his eyes up to the sky, spotted a blinding flash far off, and then murmured in shocked awe at how insanely fast that flight was. A bead of sweat slid down his face as he locked eyes on the monster's fading silhouette. A glass of water crashed onto the the table right in front of the guest, and the girl blurted an apology for the scare while Henji stayed cool and told her it was all okay. Tucked deep among the trees, that small cozy house turned into the fugitive's safest, most dependable hideout. The girl in the hat awkwardly took a sip and vowed she'd come back next time with the cart solo, while her master across from her wore a guilty, helpless look. Her horned companion thumped her chest with pride and swore she'd guide the guest through that deadly forest like it was nothing, and even haul the cart on her back. Without warning, the girl's smile vanished. Then, in a low voice, she admitted she'd come to file a complaint about a knife. When they heard the complaint, both hosts froze, shocked to their core. Cruella's eyes narrowed like a predator's as fury surged through her. She couldn't stand a single word of slander against the master's perfect creations. The guest froze in shock, because that blade wasn't just good, it was ridiculously, unexpectedly perfect. Henji snapped his furious partner to a halt, and with a face full of questions, demanded she tell him what was going on. She snapped back to that rookie cook who accidentally sent a knife tumbling out of his hands. As it dropped, the blade skimmed the kitchen counter by a hair. The moment his freakishly sharp edge was brought up, her face drained of color instantly. The blade punched through the tough floor and slid in until it vanished up to the very handle. But what stunned everyone the most wasn't what came before, it was what happened right after. The guest dropped to her knees in a dramatic burst, shouting for Henge like she'd found a legendary master. The hosts froze in shock, staring as she sank into that deep bow. Miss Filner crumpled forward in a deep bow, praising the blacksmith's jaw-dropping hard work and his one-of-a-kind craft. Henji fumbled as he nervously asked the girl to lift her head. Swallowed by shame, she forced out one desperate request. Could the knife be dulled just a little? He fought to shut his eyes, because he finally understood this wasn't just harsh, it was the master humiliating his own creation on purpose. Guilt slammed into her so hard that tears almost spilled out of her eyes. The blacksmith just gave a soft smile. Yeah, it stings pride, but every future owner's safety comes first. The magical evaluation seal burst to life, and the girl's eyes went wide as the verdict flashed, an A-rank knife. With a calm grin, the man drew out yet another gleaming blade, and admitted he'd forged a nearly identical one just the day before. He stared at his forge and knew the truth. Down here forging meant crafting a weapon so dangerously powerful it went off the charts, and now Filner's verdict confirmed it. He finally managed to downgrade that blade to its proper strength. Henji clasped her hand and swore she'd forge knives like that someday. Then the girl burst into a smile so full of gratitude it felt like sunshine. A few days later, the cart creaked to life and lumbered down the forest road, packed with fresh goods. Suddenly the words hit the blacksmith like lightning. He froze in pure shock, beaming as she waved from the cart. The girl yelled to the blacksmith that they'd cleared the shelves, every last item gone. That girl practically glowed with pride. Her sharp trading paid off in a way that felt downright legendary. A swarm of housewives squeezed in tight around the girl. Her plan hit perfectly, and the knives started flying like sizzling pastries. She beamed as she slapped the blacksmith's back, raving about how flawless his work was. He honestly admitted that her trading skills are nothing short of incredible. With her hands clasped tight, the girl begged them, "Listen, the demand is straight up insane. We have to forge 100 more pieces." When the master hit 100, he snapped into stillness. Cold sweat erupted all over him. He let out a shaky laugh like the fear in his chest refused to stay quiet. Meanwhile, out in the distance, a furious storm tore through the sky. Under a wall of rain, a little girl wailed with trembling ears, begging her parents not to leave her. She stood there, utterly alone, swallowed by an eerie thicket that felt like it was watching her. Rain and tears tangled across her frightened face. The lightning ripped the sky open with a blinding flash. So quiet it barely existed. She stared into the black and whispered, "I don't know where I'm supposed to go anymore." A tiny kid slipped into the forest's darkest belly, moving alone as the rain hammered down without mercy. Caught in the pounding rain, the figure slowly vanished, swallowed by the darker trees ahead. A thick drop of water slammed into the wooden bucket on the floor with a thunderous splash. Outside, a relentless downpour smashed the world, drenching their cabin non-stop. The man man grimaced as he realized the whole house would drown in water like this, while his soaked partner stood right behind him, silent as stone. Suddenly, a girl erupted from behind him with a wild scream, and the blacksmith jumped back in shock. With her joke landing perfectly, she stretched that huge grin and practically bounced up to ask, "So did I scare you?" Leaning out of the hole in the roof, Cruella tossed out that the rain felt like a nice, relaxing bath. He just smiled softly at her quirks and thanked her for jumping in to help. The dragon puffed up, lifted its nose like it owned the sky, bragging it could never catch a cold. Then blam, right in the middle of its boast, it sneezed so hard the whole air jumped. The blacksmith sagged his shoulders, shook his head in defeat, and grabbed a dry towel. Cruel's grip tightened as she let out a mournful, heart-crushing squeeze. Drenched clothes clung to her skin, and she shivered hard from the bone-deep cold. On the stove, a whole pot of food was already steaming, and the man swore he'd warm her up fast with a piping hot dinner. With her cheeks blazing red, Cruella tore into the tender meat right then, gulping it down like a treasure, and praising every thick, rich, mouth-watering drop of broth. The boy's mind raced back to that wild boar hunt, while the girl tore into the cooked pork, devouring it greedily as it sank into the thick, steaming broth. She tore into that tender meat with wild hunger, and the saliva practically poured out. Her cheeks flared with pure joy. She'd never bitten into anything that rich, not even once. The girl beamed and lifted the bowl to the sky, thanking the chef with pure joy, and he just shrugged like, "I hear that same praise every single time." The real magic of the dish came straight from the local stuff. This world even had miso and soy sauce waiting to be used. The boy seriously weighed whether he should hunt down fresh ingredients to crank his lunch up to a whole new level. With both hands clasped in pure gratitude, he finally made up his mind. Time to eat, and no one was getting in his way. Staring at the stacked barrels of supplies, he couldn't shake the thought that some broth-loving culture had been dragged into this place by summoned heroes from the past. Suddenly, he blinked in shock. His rice portion was just gone from the table, like it evaporated into thin air. The boy shot Cruel a suspicious glare, and the reproach practically dripped from his voice as he watched him steal the last bite from his bowl, too. But then the girl clamped her hand over his mouth and hissed, shaking with tension, "It wasn't me who did it." Both of them went rigid with shock as the massive pot of meat started to tremble all by itself. Both of them went stone cold, staring around, clueless about what in the world or who was rattling that pot. The kettle rattled harder and harder, and the tiny dragon snapped into alert mode, listening for every weird sound. The horned one yanked her palm over Hendy's mouth, hissing for him to shut up, sharp, urgent, and deadly quiet. His whole body went tight. The girl snapped still too, gripping the silence like it was about to crack. The moment it happened, both of them jolted, flinching in pure shock. On the doorstep stood a girl with drenched hair and rain-red ears, staring at them like she'd just been dropped into a mystery she couldn't understand. A rough hand yanked her by the hair, and she squeaked in pure terror. The caught thief stared blankly, grabbing for excuses as hunger gnawed at her, while the furious Cruel roared about the stolen food. She trembled like a leaf, helpless and breaking my heart. The horned one stepped in to shield the child, snapped at Cruel and made it crystal clear, no matter what, you never take what belongs to someone else. Henji flashed a gentle smile and leaned in, asking why she was out here all alone in the rain. He draped a towel over her soaking head, and she barely breathed her name into the room, Sue. Suddenly, Sue's eyes brimmed with tears as she burst into desperate screams, begging Henji to find her parents. Despair flooded her eyes, and hot tears streamed down the beast girl's cheeks. At the table, the girl tore into the treats with hungry excitement, praising every bite for how amazing it tasted. That beast woman with the puffy cheeks tore into the meat and chewed like she owned the place, while everyone gossiped about her kind, the divine beasts from the forests of Drudy. The horned companion lounged there, lifted her hand under her head, and drawled, "Does she really have the right to call herself one of the white wolves?" She let out a heavy sigh, because it hit her. He had zero clue about the local customs. The second he heard the word divine, shock slammed into him so hard he nearly choked. Turns out, this forest isn't just full of magical critters. Powerful gods and spirits actually live here. Everyone in this place owned a slice of land, and only the white wolves were left roaming forever, cold, exposed, and homeless. And the place was wild wide open for roaming. This forest stretched across an area the size of 200 human cities. The horned one snapped coldly that we shouldn't spare the she-wolf, because she'd probably only been tossed out by the leader for the mess she'd caused. The boy kept blinking, totally lost, trying to wrap his mind around those impossible, unreal stretches of forest. The she-wolf herself lowered her eyes with a heavy gloom, swallowing every word of those nasty things. She snapped upright and snarled, baring her fangs to shut down their pity. Then the boy, stone calm, dropped the brutal truth. She couldn't keep pace with her pack. The girl clenched the fabric of her shirt so hard her knuckles went white. He stared at her with a warm, wordless understanding that felt like it spoke for him. Her ears twitched, and a wave of angry tears flooded her eyes. Henji stormed out of the throne room, a heavy bag digging into his shoulder as he finally dropped his eyelids shut, exhausted. At home, he gently soothed the terrified girl beast by stroking her head. The man flashed a warm smile and vowed, no doubt about it, he'd find her parents for sure. The horned companion kept her eyes on them in silence, arms crossed tight as pure displeasure burned in her gaze. Her eyes stayed sharply skeptical, like she didn't buy a single word. A heavy boot slammed into the puddle, sending cold splashes flying everywhere. Sunlight blasted through the dense branches like a spotlight, cutting through the dark. The trio trekked through the forest. She bounced forward with pure joy, while the adults trailed behind them at an easy, unhurried pace. Suddenly, the little girl's foot snagged on a root and jerked her off balance. She tried to calm her nerves and say it was all fine, but Henji's sharp glare cut through her. He snapped at her not to dash ahead. The beast woman spun around with carefree joy and thanked him like it was the happiest surprise in the world. But right then, the ground yanked out from under him. He somehow snatched her by the dress, and she dangled in midair like it was all happening in a blink. Henji just gave a helpless shrug to his partner, like, hey, a kid's a kid. Cruel snapped, brows knotted with rage, and demanded the boy stop trying to corrupt Sue. She shut her eyes like a vow. This savage forest won't spare anyone who hesitates, and babying the moment will only slow the divine beast's growth. The girl erupted into a furious scream, clawing for his attention, but the hero just idly swatted away her lectures like they didn't matter. The boy coolly told the new companion, she just doesn't tickle your interest, and Cruel instantly erupted into a blazing blush. He jerked his hand up on instinct, spooked by the violent way she snapped. The girl's heavy tail scraped the ground as nerves hit her hard. She blurted out, shaking with urgency, that he'd misunderstood everything, to cover up her embarrassment. Cruella snapped into a giant dragon and roared that she'd fly over the forest and scope everything out from the sky. The boy and the little fox sat in stunned silence as the white silhouette shot up and vanished into the sky. A deafening thum hit as a giant stone block crashed down onto the clearing. All alone, the young man pulled out his tools and with steady hands started carving the stone into shape. Later, he lowered the hammer and murmured that the dragoness was taking her sweet time. The boy wanted to creep over to Sue, but that sweet, fluffy little bundle was already crashed out asleep right there on the grass. A carefree, happy smile got locked on her face like it would never, ever fade. The girl drifted off with a soft smile, and the man gently scolded her like, you should have just told me you were exhausted. He inhaled sharply and snapped the thought off mid-sentence, because no matter what, he had to keep going. His palm settled gently on her messy hair, whispering that someday he'd forge her a real comb. He awkwardly smiled to himself. Then it hit him. This was exactly how a real caring father would act. Then, right from a tangled forest thicket, a pack of hollow-eyed, tooth-bared predators burst into view like a nightmare made real. Her ears snapped awake at the tiniest rustle. She snapped her finger to her lips, and the man went instantly silent. They both went rigid and froze in the cool shadow of the trees. They inched out from behind the tree trunks and peeked into the blazing clearing, holding their breath like something might pounce. Fear snapped across her face as she went pale and hissed that they were ash-colored hounds. That demon swarm was way too huge to handle, so the man immediately demanded the safest way out. The moment he heard south, he yanked his companion under his arm and bolted. The hero sprinted ahead and left every single one of their belongings sitting right on the path. His boots tore across the tall grass, snapping flashes with every stride. Behind him, the vicious scrape of clawed paws thundered closer. Those hounds had already launched into full pursuit. Panting from the sprint, the man grinned grinned and said, "Don't count me out yet. I'm still too early to call me old." And the girl in his arms kept shrieking in pure thrill, screaming like they were flying at an unreal speed. A half-ruined forge loomed up ahead like a broken beast, waiting to be feared. He sprinted through the downpour with Sue cradled in his arms, thrilled that after the call-up he'd somehow leveled up to inhuman strength. All he had to do was run. Wild beasts wouldn't dare come near the flames. With a blood-curdling scream, he bolted straight toward the shining light that could save him. Suddenly, a colossal black wolf barreled across his path like it owned the world. The boy slammed the brakes the moment two more shadows slipped in from the sides. He barked at Sue to climb down to the ground. Turns out those creatures were pure tricksters. They snapped into action and closed in fast, trapping them in a tight, unbreakable circle. With a brutal metallic clatter, he yanked his blade free and threw himself in front of the girl to shield her. But Sue flat out ignored his order and out of nowhere stepped forward. He clenched the plain knife handle so hard it creaked, scanning the enemy pack with frantic pulse-racing intensity. One thought kept hammering in my skull: protect her. Tears streaming down her face. The girl started yapping at the wolves with all her might, so loud it made him snap to a stop, frozen in pure shock. Staring at this ridiculous spectacle, bitter rage bubbled up as he wondered, honestly, if he ever deserved to be called a hero at all. The girl with the ears froze, then berated herself for just standing there and letting someone else's courage steal the spotlight. The warrior surged forward, declaring that a man who can't shield a child is nothing, and just as he spoke, that massive wolf had already lunged and slammed onto the girl. Sharp fangs ripped straight through flesh. The beast let out a thunderous roar, muscles coiling as it geared up for its next brutal leap. Right then, the man ripped his sword through the air and slammed it down on the beast. The corpse hit the grass with a brutal thud, and the warrior threw himself between the wounded and the rest of the pack, taking the danger head-on. A razor-precise strike snapped the head clean off another predator. He finally caught his breath, then grinned like he'd just crushed the hardest boss battle, so satisfied as he stared at the finished masterpiece. A long, hair-raising howl ripped through the air, and he flinched hard. Those wolves didn't even mourn their dead kin. They were ripping open jaws for meat and yanking the ring free, perched atop the rock. The multi-tailed leader stared down like a storm ready to strike. From the void, a voice nobody recognized thundered out, but the warrior never once tore his gaze from the leader. He knew he couldn't waste a second. He had to crush the main problem right away. Right behind him, a colossal dragon slammed down from the sky with a thunderous roar that shook everything. A fierce gaze sliced through the silence. How dare you mock them? Tears of relief streamed down their faces as they burst into joyous shouts, yelling each other's names like it was the happiest reunion ever. That massive beast let out a thunderous roar that sent the enemy wolves scattering, but the young man's gut tightened. What if the fugitives just closed in on the forge? But as soon as they hit the exit, a squad of beastmen slammed into their path and blocked the road. Her ears shot upright the second she heard that sound. The squad leader just let the aura rip, and a brutal burst of energy exploded outward, scattering the fugitives in every direction like they'd been thrown. The young man froze in shock, hit so hard that the impact felt like it shattered his whole world. The stranger studied the room with eerie calm, then nodded like he already knew Sue was safe and handled. It turned out they weren't just random beasts at all. It was a whole tribe of wolves, and they truly thanked them for guarding their girl. Cruel lunged in, bowled into the young man, and seized him in a crushing embrace that nearly cut off his breath. From the forest, another friend burst out of the trees and sprinted straight for them, shouting Henji's name at the top of their lungs. He broke into a warm smile and gently brushed Cruel's head with his hand. "Thank goodness you're okay," she choked out, pressing her face to his shoulder through tears, begging him to forgive her for abandoning him. She ditched every fear, then a peaceful, radiant smile burst across her face. The beast folk rushed in with relief, carefully brushing the little one's hair as if they couldn't believe she was safe. That top-tier warrior thanked Sue for saving the boy, even though Sue, right then, was honestly blown away that anyone would praise her like that. Turns out they got spotted because a dragon tore through the sky above the forest and barked so loud the whole place shook. Silence crawled over the treetops like a heavy blanket. The girls clung to each other, squeezing tight for that final goodbye. The heavy glove clasps snapped shut. All right, it was go time, and the countdown had officially started. By the crumbling ruins ruins. A man traded his final words with a towering beast, human, like fate had its mouth right up against his. The girl snapped her eyes open in shock, staring at her gift, a huge cowbell. The entire company just gawked at this incredible miracle, like they couldn't even blink. The man grinned and said, "This is a gift for the divine beast, so your family will always track her by the sound she makes." He gently ruffled her hair, and she practically burst into joy, promising she'd be careful. That little bell chimed bright and happy the moment she blushed with pure joy and clutched it in her hands. With that non-stop ringing blasting in their ears, the beastmen bolted out on their journey, shouting goodbye to Henji and Cruel. Warm smiles flashed across their faces as they waved goodbye to them. He slammed his fist beside the plate until it cracked, muttering that he finally gets exactly how much she loves her food. Outside, a hen quietly scratched the dirt near the nest, just peacefully going about her business. A sudden thought hit him so hard he could barely blurt out, "Wait for me?" She peeked out from her hiding spot with a guilty little giggle, then scrambled to lick the evidence off her fingers as his furious shout rang out. With a bright, innocent smile, the girl casually admitted she'd gotten lost again somehow, yet again somehow. And then her whole face broke into a carefree smile, like she wasn't worried about her situation at all. While the city held its breath, the heavens ripped open, and relentless rain crashed down on the royal castle. Panic slammed into the corridors as the official screamed for everyone to stop the water right now. The blonde master stared at the flood like it personally insulted him, gritting his teeth as his mind tallied up another brutal pile of work. Dirty floodwater roared into the palace and ruined the priceless blue carpet, so badly the nobleman crumpled in despair. The short manager snapped his hand wave like a drill sergeant, while the maids hurried with buckets near the puddles, all frantic and flustered. Two workers were dumbfounded by the flood. Water blasted in through every roof, and the forge had somehow gone silent and stopped making tiles long ago. The master just flashed a smug smile at the furious manager. The boys trudged past, grumbling through waterlogged corridors like the place was drowning them. The master took one puff from his pipe, and then it hit him hard, right as blacksmith Henji stepped in. The palace stopped leaking like someone had slammed the brakes. It all came down to the forge. Its roof shone like a dream, stacked with tiles so perfectly waterproof they might as well have been magic. Staring at the rain-drenched wall, the blonde let out a slow breath of smoke, and I can't help but wonder what that same Henji is doing right now. He snapped out of his thoughts and barked at his subordinates to get back to work. Meanwhile, far off in the distance, the dragon girl and her ear-tufted buddy sparkled with excitement in their eyes, already plotting how to make their new day legendary. The old little house cowered in the shadow of a giant tree, utterly alone beneath its twisting branches. Because the fox Siu and the next wave of guests deserved real comfort, they had to scramble immediately to carve out new rooms. The boy grinned and said, "Why don't we just renovate that old shed?" He mapped out the plan, smash the inside walls to open everything up, then carve out a separate bedroom for every single person. Cruel declared, "Today, we're ripping off that old roof and rebuilding the whole forge, no excuses." The boy swore that strong clay tiles keep summer air icy and trap the stove's warmth all winter long. The dragoness grinned and swished her tail, staring at the clutch like it had just copied her own dazzling scales. The job was in full swing. Sue hauled massive boulders with zero effort, while the guy slammed the shovel down like he meant business. He wiped the sweat off his brow, eyes locked on that winged assistant soaring overhead. That giant dragon crouched low and accepted the wooden boxes the little fox brought over, holding on tight to every scrap inside. Then they jumped right onto the ground and kneaded the clay with bare feet, working it hard and fast. That renovated house was finally finished, solid roof, and the forge bolted right on, ready for anything. Staring at the little figure carved from scraps of clay, the boy was blown away by his companion's talent, then instantly clocked how the statue's curves were way too exaggerated. When he leaned in for a better look, he couldn't help but admit this statue was crafted with real, jaw-dropping skill. Henji kneaded clay barefoot, then leaned over and begged Sue for help. While everyone else worked, Cruel grinned and hopped right onto the fox's head like it was all part of a game. Spying a weird wooden contraption, the dragoness thought it was some deadly weapon, but the boy quickly told her, "Relax, that's just an ordinary extruder." Cruel let out a wicked laugh and slammed a massive chunk of clay into the device's place's top compartment. Henji shoved the lever with all his force, driving the mass outward while the girl stared in awe. With a sharp, practiced flick, he sliced the ready strip loose with a thread. The boy warned, "If you force it crooked, it'll crack for sure as it dries." The girls snapped into the rhythm and started carving the clay side by side, hands working in sync. Then Henji barked orders to go outside and dig a hole, because the oven wasn't going to build itself. They lined the cut tiles up in neat rows, then waited a few intense days for them to dry. The operation worked like a charm. Those two underground connected pits brewed the perfect airflow and kept the flames roaring. Sue and Cruella had zero fear of the mess, dive bombing into the dirt and scooping up the soil with their bare hands like it was nothing. Finally, they shoved the dry preparations straight into the roaring flames. All that's left is to sit tight and watch the tiles slowly bake. The potter dipped the dried clay into the glaze, slow and careful, like casting a spell. The mission was a success. Henji beamed as he proudly hauled the first finished tile to the girls for them to see. Time to tear into that roof and make it right, before everything falls apart. Sue stared, spellbound, at the smooth, shiny surface. Henji said this glassy layer would start shutting out water and dirt for good. The assistants beamed and shot their hands up, practically vibrating with excitement for the long-awaited end of work. With a dull thud, the final piece slammed into place. Suddenly, the horned girl screamed in terror as water burst up right beside her, way too close for comfort. A brutal blast of water slammed straight into the steep slope of the brand new roof. The water slammed down like a roaring wall of steel. This was the ultimate stress test. Soaked Henji leaned over and yelled Sue about the leak, and Sue shot back a loud, triumphant "No." The tension snapped in half, and instant relief lit up their faces with smiles. Henji struggled to wipe the rain from his face. He nearly slipped during the test, but somehow the roof held strong the whole time. Even with fear clawing at him, he flashed a reassuring smile and swore he was totally fine. The rain pounded the glazed roof, and it held strong, so the company erupted in cheers. The blacksmith stared into the past and remembered palace life, hammering out side gigs to make tiles just to get by. He'd had it with non-stop repairs, so he snapped and invented his own ultra-durable glaze. Even the freshly fashionable red tiles started crumbling like the wind was tearing them apart. Water burst through the ceiling again and again, wrecking those pricey carpets until the Prime Minister was left in pure despair. The young man just let out a tired sigh. Those capital officials once snubbed his fine tiles for some old tradition, and now the palace is probably about to sink again. The horned companion shot a sly wink, then clattered across the room and yanked the pot's lid right off. Everyone shot toward the flames the second they broke out. A blast of thick, scalding steam roared out from inside the hot potatoes, hitting like a wall the moment they boiled. The girls were right on the verge of stuffing their cheeks when the blacksmith suddenly snapped. Wait, he swore he'd blow their minds with a totally different level of taste. Then he yanked out a mysterious jar. The hot potato gave way as the knife slid through it in smooth, gentle strokes. A weird square chunk sat there on the cut, and as soon as it touched, it started melting into something downright delicious. The boy proudly thrust the treat forward, but the girls just stared, because what was inside that jar looked exactly like plain clay. A hot new hunk of meat, sizzled and steamed right there, practically begging to be tasted. The fox cautiously took a bite, then its eyes nearly blasted out of its head from pure food shock. Her horned partner snapped to a stop too, mouth full, completely shocked by how that flavor hit. At that moment, the girls lunged for the frying pan like feral beasts, drowning out the boys' panicked yelling about how outrageous the oil price was. The friends, satisfied, just squinted and said the food was a fair reward for all their hard work. The boy could only let out a heavy sigh. Those local luxuries cost too much, so he had to sell a pile of forged knives. Suddenly, his whole body locked up with shock, but he snapped back into focus and grabbed the axe again with unshakable resolve. Just a few days later, he locked onto a flawless, crushingly powerful tree he could cut. The second he stepped in, a blinding sphere of light exploded across the air. A mysterious force slammed the boy to the ground like a cannon blast. Suddenly, girls burst out of nowhere shouting, "Don't touch the tree!" They sprinted straight at the fallen henge, not stopping for a second. The moment the horned one dove into the shining sphere, dread hit hard as he recognized Druida. The young man blinked, totally baffled, because to him, Druida was still just the name of some local forest. The girl shuddered head to toe and snapped out, trembling with rage, "This god is even more terrifying than her mighty parents." Henge swore it without a doubt. The lord of the thicket would never, ever forgive the tree that got cut down. He went rigid, then asked, carefully, what would happen next. Her face vanished into darkness, and she snapped with icy certainty she'd erase him from the face of the earth. As the boy scrambled to explain why he needed boards for his hut, a dazzling sphere burst nearby, an actual piece of the deity breaking through. A glowing lump burst into speech out of nowhere. Henji plopped down beside the trunk and casually tossed out the idea of leaving an offering for the spirit. He let out a nervous laugh and snapped out a lie. Yeah, the supplies were gone, while panic chewed at him, because he couldn't stop asking, how on earth does the forest god even know about butter? That cold sphere kept hammering their minds with everything the wooden box was hiding, and the instant both companions locked eyes, their stares turned deadly. The voice roaring out of the light didn't back down. It demanded its share of oil straight to the point. That terrifying aura slammed into the young man, and cold sweat exploded across his skin. The girls finally broke, hovering over the liar like living nightmares. They demanded the truth be handed over right now. Rage boiled in the companions as they pressed him hard. Why were the treats still sitting there, despite him swearing that everything was already finished? A blazing ball of light rockets straight up into the sky. From the tree spirit's farewell gift, they left hot baked potatoes, each one topped with a slick pat of butter, right on the fresh cut stump. The girls beamed and swore the spirit loved their offering, while the boy stared as it drifted away, silently vowing he'd honor that cut-down tree. The three of them just stood there, watching the glow shrink and fade high above them. A wave of relief hit him, and a warm, genuine smile lit up his face. Later, once every room was finished, the company threw a massive, noisy feast, piling roasted poultry onto plates and washing it down with ale. The girl had her eyes squeezed shut from pure laughter, soaking up every second of the celebration. Meanwhile, outside, the knightess slumped against a tree trunk and whispered under her breath, "This house." Right in front of her sat a rock-solid wooden house, already fully built and ready for anything. The tavern door shattered open with a thunderous crack, and a bruised troublemaker got flung out onto the cobblestones like he'd been ejected from the world. "Ah, you bitch!" An angry shout came roaring after him. The armored hand clamped down hard on the sword's hilt. The tall elf strode past another unconscious bandit, then loomed over the wrongdoer like a living threat. The crowd went wild with applause. The hostess shot over free drinks, and the warrior just snapped back that her blade wasn't meant to cut through that kind of trash. The blade snapped into its sheath with a sharp, final click. At that exact moment, her fierce stare locked onto the plain kitchen knife trembling in the owner's grip. The elf crept up to the gleaming blade, eyes sharp, and demanded right to its maker who forged this absolute marvel. The landlady's cheeks flared red as she panicked, whipping her hands around and blurting out, "I'm already married." Noticing the warrior only cared about weapons, she let out a relieved breath and spilled everything she knew about the local trader, Filner. She stormed out to hunt down the mysterious master, while inside the tavern someone gasped her name, Belfevia, the legendary Purple Thunder. Even with shouts crashing in from behind, the battle-ready guest dug in his heels and stormed off, hunting the mysterious master. The crowd froze. Then they all realized it was her, the legendary warrior everyone feared, Purple Thunder. The horned cruel pounded the anvil with a steady, thunderous rhythm, forging metal without rest right beside her mentor, Hengi. Metal clanged and boomed beneath the old forge's roof, the sound roaring through the whole place. The girl beamed, brandished her finished knife, and practically begged the master, "Tell me what you think." Then, out of nowhere, she flinched hard, trembling with fear as the verdict finally loomed. Henji thrust the blade up, letting it blaze in the light. Staring at the blazing stove, he couldn't help thinking, Cruel isn't scared of fire at all. He's gonna be an amazing blacksmith. He froze in total shock when she blurted out the confession. Her success lives and dies on him alone. He gently caressed her head, and the girl burst into the brightest, happiest forced smile, clutching the item to her chest. Cruel snapped that her real drive had nothing to do with loving the craft. Henji awkwardly rubbed his cheek, stunned. No one had ever hit him with words that warm before. Spotting her blushing, he grinned and slipped up behind his mentor, leaning in close as he started teasing him on purpose. He flicked a thick cloth over her head like it was a joke, and while she erupted into a loud, ringing laugh, he quietly thanked her. A wave of ringing laughter burst out of her, and between giggles she kept shouting, "Don't! I'm ticklish!" Everyone in the company squeezed around one big table and dug into a steaming hot dish together. The fox girl swung the door open with a bright grin and shouted, "Hendy, cruel, lunch was ready." On the table sat a crazy mountain of rice balls with a secret filling, just waiting for them to dig in. The blacksmith grabbed one, then sank his teeth into it like he was testing pure, fiery fate. Cruel leaned in, grin stuck on her face, and dug into her portion there. Tucked inside was a perfectly boiled, mouth-watering egg. The tiny fox flashed a proud grin and bragged that she'd packed them full of wild strawberries. Henji's face snapped into a wild mix of disgust and shock. While he choked in pain, the cook grinned and promised to whip up a whole mountain of the same. Koval had to force a fake grin, swallow sweet rice like it was medicine, while Cruel beside him happily devoured every last bite. The moment the meal ended, the man let out a tired sigh and snapped. Back to work now. After days of grueling work, 100 razor-sharp knives sat in perfect rows on the table, all set and ready. Cruella scanned the weapons like a hunter and told them to stop right here. With that shiny blade twisting in her grip, she urged Henji to forge swords because steel like that would bring him real, unstoppable success. The man shot his eyes away, all gloomy, and confessed that he'd wrestled with the same idea himself. But now their panic hit a new level. The order deadline had blown past, and client Filner never showed up to collect the goods. The Trinity rushed out to greet the carriage as it finally rolled in. The moment Sue the she-wolf spotted the guest arriving, she burst out in pure joy. A breathless girl in a beret sprang out of the carriage and instantly started blurting out apologies for being late. She took a step forward, eyes pleading, and insisted she had no choice. Henji cut her off. There was someone else in the house who was desperate to see her. Sue immediately scrunched her face in confusion, like, wait, who are they talking about? A tall elf woman slipped out of the shadows behind him, silent as a whisper. Clad in light armor, she calmly spoke up and begged them not to chew the girl out for the delay. The elf introduced herself as Belfevia, then instantly leaned in and demanded Henji call her just Belf, while the guest grumbled about her name in the most boring way possible. Frightened, Sue clutched the host's sleeve like her life depended on it. Suddenly, that stern elf snapped, blushed deep, and swept the she-wolf up in her arms as she announced she was taking her home. Belf started grinding against the tiny one, gushing praises for her muscles while desperate screams for help erupted around them. Under that crushing pressure, the she-wolf's instincts totally collapsed, and she lost her way completely. In the end, the horned companion yanked the ecstatic elf away by force, ripping them out of the stunned victim's grasp. He stammered his way to Miss Belf, trying to explain his weird habit of grabbing anything beautiful, while the terrified beast woman quaked right beside him. The elf girl snapped her eyes wide in pure confusion, because these girls were screaming and bolting away from the so-called beauty appreciator. After cutting through the noise, Belf met his eyes and thrust her sword out toward him, honoring his power with full respect. Rumors were already swirling around her about that master who forges blades so razor-sharp they feel supernatural. She brandished an elegant saber and declared straight to the point that this blade still needs refining. The blacksmith snatched the weapon, then gave it one razor-sharp test swing in total silence. Belf tightened his grip and caught every single one of his feelings. He caught the flaw right away. Those basic judges would have slapped a higher rank on the sword, but a battle-trained swordsman would feel that extra snag the moment the blade bites. The elf smirked with calm confidence. She didn't have magic that that could judge people, but her gut instincts for a real pro never missed. The boy kept analyzing, calling out the rough sharpening and that warped blade you could barely even spot. Then she wordlessly shoved the sheath into his hands. The blade slid home with a sharp click. Then the blacksmith went stone still, staring in shock. Well, well, he groaned, and the second it hit him, icy sweat erupted across his skin. A tense, awkward silence crashed down as the girls and the elf just stared straight at the stunned master. Two beast people stared at him with worried eyes, like they could already see trouble coming. Henji didn't give an answer. He dipped into a low bow and all sheepish confessed that the shattered sword was his doing. The elven warrior just waved off the whole "you're not experienced enough" speech like it was nothing. Pure surprise dismissed. She finally clocked exactly who was standing right in front of her. The blacksmith erupted in a cold sweat and started stammering out a shaky, awkward defense. One of the girls tried to steady him, telling him bluntly that every blade snaps or breaks eventually. The elf flashed a soft smile, because if she hadn't been forced to battle that monster, her weapon would have clung on for a few more years, still taking her rough fighting like a champ. She lifted the broken handle fragment high, pride blazing across her face. The moment monster hit the air, Henji's whole body went on alert, but the girl brushed it off like it was nothing, blushing hard. She looked him in the eyes and praised his blade as beautiful, totally from the heart. The blacksmith went stone still, still unable to believe that she'd actually wielded his creation. Suddenly, the elf shut her eyes and let her quiet request slip through, right into the air. Her dark-haired companion beside her was practically radiating pure adrenaline. Henji's skill had just been recognized by Belphevia herself, the legendary swordswoman from the Purple Thunder. The blacksmith went completely speechless, blown away by the shock. The elf leaned in and demanded the blacksmith forge her a brand new blade. With a barely there smile, she finally admitted she'd been fighting his creation the whole time. The master's shock was so loud in his eyes that the warrior quietly begged him to stop being surprised. She flicked her épée into view, crafted right at the royal court, the kind of weapon that screams power. The blacksmith flailed his hands in sheer confusion, swearing the capital's masters were leagues above him, until the elf snapped in and cut him off hard. The guy understood nothing at all, and the girl shot back with a sarcastic grin, saying the tale of how they met was somehow interesting anyway. In the blacksmith's mind, a bloody brawl and a cracked blade suddenly detonated because he'd seen that same quality straight from the capital before. The warrior woman let out a heavy sigh, admitting she'd stubbornly refused to believe the famed sword was fragile until the bitter end. A razor gust whipped through the air. She clutched the handle harder and demanded an answer. Would he finally grant her request? Up close, her eyes looked terrifying. One was blind, slashed by a brutal scar. Seeing his stunned look, the girl awkwardly raised her armored glove and fumbled up to touch her own face. The blacksmith snapped silent in shock, staring hard at her injury like it had just blindsided him. With nerves of steel, the warrior traced her scar with trembling fingers and admitted it was the brutal souvenir of a wound that wrecked her youth. As he watched her walk away, dread hit him like a brick. If he said no, she'd hire a different master for a blade, and he'd watch her die in battle with weapons that weren't even good enough. A gloved hand gripped the handle. This isn't peaceful Japan anymore. It's a brutal world where monsters are lurking around every corner. The blacksmith shot him a grim look and swore he'd never forge a weapon meant for killing. The elf girl gave a gentle smile, but it broke her to even imagine that someone had died because of her. The girl let out a breath of relief as she thanked Master Henji, and he clenched his blade so hard it felt like he could crush it. He stared her straight in the eyes, and with all sincerity, thanked her for placing her trust in him. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle, because he swore he'd forge a sword that would protect her no matter what. The iron glove slammed into a living palm with a grip so solid it felt like power changing hands. He yanked the bandana tight, then shot a warning at his assistants. Making that sword was going to take at least 10 grueling days. The work apron straps bit into his shoulders, tightening with every second. "All right, let's do this," the man breathed out, all grit and determination. The forge screamed as it heated the blade, hellish at 1,500 degrees Celsius, because that's nearly double what ordinary knives need. He shoved a box in front of them, and inside sat a dull, sponge-like chunk, crucible steel. Dragoness Cruel clapped her hands with pure delight, even as the fox girl girl completely missed what that material was worth. While the fox dashed off to scrub things clean, Cruel locked eyes with pleading desperation and begged to be made assistant master. Side by side, no, across from each other, they planted themselves at the anvil and started pounding the hot metal in perfect rhythm, sparks bursting like blazing fireworks with every swing. The blacksmith leaned in and inspected the first draw, smiling because the metal had truly stretched out and thinned down like it was meant to. A scorching blade of heat hissed through the air like it meant business. The next pinpoint blow ripped the block cleanly down the middle, splitting it into two perfect halves. A sweaty man stood rigid in front of roaring flames, trembling like he knew the fire was about to take everything. The cut pieces were piled high on one another and tossed right back into the furnace to be remelted. Molten metal roared out of the furnace, churning thickly with ash as it poured. The hammer slammed down with no mercy. Smash it flat, fold it in half, dust it with ash, then do it all over again. With every crushing blow, the steel got cleaner and purer, like it was being forged into perfection. In the forge, a dreary rumble droned on, like nothing else dared to speak. Henji panted hard, wiping the sweat from his exhausted face. He reared back and slammed his swing into the anvil with everything he had, blasting out a dazzling storm of sparks. The blacksmith grinned and spilled the truth. Japanese swords are forged just like this, built up one intense layer at a time. His tailed partner wiped her forehead with a tired sigh, like she'd just survived pure hell. For a split second, Hendy's eyes went distant and the seriousness hit like a switch flipping. She couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out, "Why'd you flip on a dime and grab the sword now, after you swore you'd never do it?" They stared into the flames in dead silence. Henji finally asked if it bothered her, and she answered in a calm, steady voice that it didn't. A finished blade flashed in front of his eyes, and the blacksmith just shrugged. He only wanted to see how far his skills could push right now. The massive tools slammed onto the anvil. Henji was hell-bent on forging the exact same flawless blade he'd made for Miss Belf years ago. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Henji felt the forge's mystical power roar louder, like it was sharpening every move he made. He threw his whole soul into the job, and every second lit up like pure ecstasy. Staring at the shocked Cruel, the blacksmith smiled warmly and admitted, with total sincerity, that he genuinely couldn't be happier. Nothing in his life had ever sparked this kind of wild, electric excitement before. His palm clamped down hard on the heavy hammer. Suddenly, he stumbled backward and froze, utterly stunned. Silence clung to the stone chimney like a weight, suffocating the air. All three froze in silence, holding their breath like the next second could shatter everything. A nasty, wavy pattern suddenly crawled across the blade's razor-sharp edge. The darkness clung tight, wrapping everything like it meant business. Every inch of the guard's gear was dialed in down to the millimeter. On the wooden stand, the finished katana flashed with breathtaking brilliance, and the girls erupted into screams, stunned by how insanely beautiful it was. Cruel's rage flared as she clenched her fists, begging to test the weapon right now, and Henji, still nervous, agreed with a forced grin. He stormed into the forest, raised his brand new blade, and chopped the training dummy as his friends roared behind him. A shimmering target blazed straight on the bark of a towering giant tree. Henji clenched his sword tighter and strode forward, while the Beast Girl girls cheered, wishing him luck like it was the start of a legend. Lightning ripped across in a horizontal slash. The tree groaned like it was about to snap, then started tipping over, and the boy froze, blinking hard in pure confusion. A blinding flash of light ripped through their vision. Behind them, the girls shrieked in terror, thrusting their fingers towards something looming in the sky. A brutal blast of energy roared through the air, blasting the top of the forest to dust, beneath the rain drumming off the leaves. Henji barely managed to choke out a shocked gasp. His legs buckled, and he crumpled onto the ground as his companions' anxious cries tore through the air. From the titanic trunk, only a perfectly smooth stump remains because one single blow cut it down to nothing. The boy gaped at his blade in pure disbelief because he'd just forged a monstrous weapon with his own hands. His expression snapped into shock, and then, like it finally clicked, quiet realization of just how unstoppable the power really was. A voice I knew all too well snapped the silence. An elven knight with a sly grin came up to the master, finally reuniting after that long, painful separation. A few days later, the entire company crowded around around the loaded cart, buzzing with anticipation as they geared up to roll out for round 2. The armored elf snapped over the workshop threshold, practically bursting to see the results right away. The master stayed cool, then sincerely apologized to Miss Bell for keeping her waiting. She flashed a sly smile the second she caught how proud he was of the work he'd done. The second the girl reached for her weapon and drew it from the sheath, her eyes snapped wide with pure shock. On the table, a katana waited, its blade dimly glimmering like it was itching for a fight. With metal all around, his palm clamped down hard on the handle. Belf froze on the spot, locked onto the blade's crushing aura like it was hammering his soul. The girl beside her looked like she was about to snap and scream, because even without checking, you could tell it was a legit S-rank masterpiece. The blade screamed through the air, and the second the sword hit his grip, he realized it was way heavier than it ever looked. The elf's eyes brightened instantly. She snatched the blacksmith's offer like it was fate and couldn't wait to swing that blade in action. The moment she locked into the fight's rhythm, her weapon suddenly felt insanely light in her hands. A bolt of lightning cracked the air, and Belle froze on her knee right after that flawless lunge. Ahead loomed a brutal prize, an iron monstrosity packed into a monolithic bundle of ingots, big enough to dwarf a person. The master totally saw it coming. Nothing in the royal court could stop a boulder like that, and with his sword and skill, Belf had zero reason to fear a single obstacle. Belf lunged into motion and carved the air with a lightning-fast swing of her brand-new katana. The huge stone column's top chunk lurched aside, and the blade sliced straight through it like it was butter. 3 spectators in the back stood there with their mouths hanging open, completely stunned by the spectacle unfolding in front of them. Henji watched from the shadows and quietly admired how smooth her moves were. Sweat dripped off the blacksmith's face, and yet he never once expected his own strength to hit this hard. The elf spun around, cheeks blazing red, and declared with full confidence that one serious hit would split every last one of them clean in half. The blade slipped into the sheath with a crisp, quiet click. She was honestly blown away because she barely even tried, yet somehow she landed that breakthrough. Belf dropped into a deep bow to her master, clutching that weapon like it was destiny, because with it, she was going to crush that monster for sure. Henji let out a slow breath and flashed a warm, easy smile. When the girl asked how much it cost, the blacksmith snapped, no money, and said the brand new weapon was his payment for the sword she'd shattered before. But the elf girl wasn't having it. She planted her hand on her hip and demanded a solid 30 gold coins. Belf leaned in and told him, any blade snaps eventually, so stop tearing yourself apart and just take the payment. Her dark-haired companion gripped her steady with a harsh stare, hammering it into Henji's head that working for free is the fastest way to devalue your own damn labor. The elf girl locked eyes with him and demanded to know the real price behind that kind of work. She eyed the blade and smirked. This thing could drag even the royal court's worst sword to 100 gold coins. He just gave a steady smile and told him, straight up, to treat it as the price of the materials. The moment she heard it, her face flushed red. Her words tangled in a stutter, and she clutched the katana to her chest because she'd pictured a totally different kind of payment. Teach? Her eyes snapped wide, and her breath caught. He clutched the sword's hilt and demanded fencing lessons on the spot. They finally burst into a clearing, and the warrior woman nodded along, still clueless about why he was pushing all of this. He gave the weapon a sharp nod, then said he was going to master the brand new forged shadow strike. The wind whirled the brittle leaves as the master finally blurted the truth. He didn't just want power, he needed strength to survive this world. That sudden dual bombshell flung him off balance. He didn't even know the basics. Still, the urge to protect herself and her friends smashed right through every doubt. The elf girl flashed a warm smile and urged them to kick things off with a light training spar. Her voice snapped instantly into steel. Nothing beats real training with weapons, and no theory can fill that gap. The girl snapped into a fighting stance, swearing she wouldn't swing with full power, while he could only slump and let out a resigned breath. A tiny smile flickered across her lips. At least, that's what it looked like in the very beginning. Peaceful. peaceful. Normal life gets ripped away again. Now a bright lineup of girls has showed up in his yard. Silence hung over the white roof of the dojo like a blade waiting to strike. Henji, gritting his teeth, dragged that wooden side into the arena's center and stepped up, accepting the armed elf's challenge. From the sidelines, the students cheered wildly for their master, their excitement bursting out with every call. Across from her, the girl flashed a calm smile and reached for the sheath. The moment it hit, he went rigid, and a cold sweat dripped down his cheek. The elf grinned and teased him, asking why he loved going all out on attack or choosing the solid wall of defense. And just like that, she whipped her katana over her head, slamming him into a razor-tight guard. "Wait!" Hendy rasped out, like the words were fighting for air. The bell rang. He barely shoved the tree into place, and somehow, on sheer reflex, he redirected the real sword strike at the last second. The warrior snapped, his eyes shut with fury, then exploded forward into a fresh new attack. An avalanche of attacks slammed into the blacksmith, and every new strike felt like it was hunting to cut his head clean off. In this meat grinder, he refused to fall, held upright only by those old, battle-tested heroic skills burned into his bones. Metal screamed as the blades collided, and the boy fought on with his last ounce of strength, refusing to fold, yelling that he was learning and adapting even as the elf kept crashing into him. She grinned like a hunter and told him to kick it up a notch. Cold sweat erupted on him. Had she been toying with him this whole time, mocking him without mercy? Her next strike nearly destroyed him. The sword surged in weight and speed so fast his grip failed and his hands started to ache and tremble. With a sharp whistle slicing through the air, she warned, "We're not done. There's still a mountain of work ahead." Barely dodging the latest trouble. He panicked because if he didn't act right now, she'd end him. Lightning slammed down like hail from both sides, pinning them in silence, just waiting, breathing hard, for that one perfect opening. Sweat streamed into his eyes, and his stare locked in place, brimming with raw anticipation. Right as she swung high, the boy ditched his sword and launched into a sharp dive, clamping his arms around her with crushing force. They wrestled on the grass and slammed each other off their feet, rolling and fighting like it was a tag team brawl. But the elf girl didn't crack. She stayed ice calm and warned him that simply shoving the enemy back doesn't count as victory yet. In the blink of an eye, she was straddling him with a dagger at his throat, and he had no choice but to give up, then even had to sit there and take her compliments for that ruthless move. The boy crumpled on the ground, trapped under the blade, gasping for air like it was slipping away. A shaky grin flickered on his lips as one brutal thought slammed into his head. Are dark elves really this wild? Henji froze, blinking hard like he couldn't believe what he just saw. The elf girl flushed bright red, stammering that after his brutal toss to the ground, she'd braced for something dirty, but the boy only fidgeted and shoved those pervy thoughts away. Out of nowhere, two girls erupted into a loud scream and lunged straight at him. Perched on the saw, Henji stayed cool as he explained that he was only copying Miss Belf's combat moves. The beast people lit up on the spot with pure excitement because they never ever thought he could fight like that. Belf gasped in shock. She knew exactly what that attack was, just from the way his stance shifted. The horned companion snapped. Sure, because she hadn't even had a second to witness the final blow. Henji froze in place, mouth hanging wide, as if he couldn't believe what he just saw. He stared at his palm in disbelief. Could he seriously be an A-rank fighter? It's honestly wild to think Master Henji has climbed to nearly the absolute peak of mastery. The dragon girl strutted in and flat out ignored everyone, swearing that no ordinary weakling would ever get anywhere near her. Her scaly tail swayed back and forth, humming with pure contentment. Belf said it straight up. Only a fool would doubt him, because regular people just can't survive a dragon's aura, not even for a second. The elf girl finally snapped her eyes away, realization hitting hard as she grasped what was really going on between this boy and the holy dragon. He just stood there, stunned and clueless, when they dropped the bombshell about his hidden potential. The elf girl stared straight ahead. Only someone with real, unstoppable power would dare get that close. His grip cinched hard around the katana's handle. She pushed him to stop hiding and finally trust his own strength. All his life, he'd branded himself a weakling, just a plain Japanese clerk, dumped into this world to be some kind of decorative hero. The past still clung to him like a weight on his shoulders, but the warm, genuine smiles from his friends obliterated every single doubt out in an instant. He lifted his sword, squared his shoulders, and vowed right there that he'd grow more confident than ever. The elf's eyes snapped open in shock at how fast everything flipped. Then she flicked a playful look at the blade and teased that they should give it a name. She couldn't stop smiling because it was him who forged that incredible weapon with pure, unshakable determination. The young man snapped his finger skyward like he'd just spotted destiny above. A bold plan snapped into his mind in an instant. He grinned with warmth and swore that blade would carry the name of his new possibilities, wide open like the clear sky above. The elf girl gave a gentle smile, like she was agreeing. Yes, that blade had earned a name worthy of legends. She snapped back right away. That's not me, and honestly, that name fits the blacksmith way better. The skyward blade shimmered like pure lightning, flashing bright against a sea of roaring clouds. Her body went still, stunned out of her mind. Henji let out her confession with a warm smile, and those icy blue eyes hit him like a perfect blue sky. The boy fidgeted, begging, "Is everything okay?" while the girl shook from pure embarrassment, crumbling under all that heavy tension. With one lightning-quick move, she yanked him into a savage hug, her armored chest slamming him so hard he almost got crushed. Still holding the blacksmith's hands tight, the elf blurted out every virtue he could think of, his raw strength, his kindness, and his unbelievable skill as a master. Henchi, reeling from the news about her favorite, couldn't even process it because it was about him. Blush flooded her cheeks as she leaned in close, staring him down and daring him to become her chosen one. With a fierce, bold grin, the girl hurled the words at her rival. From now on, she's his too. This phrase was the spark between the two warriors. Furious lightning snapped down instantly, and the crushed Henji clawed for salvation from beneath. The argument snowballed fast. Then the offended one flat out shut the door on every single concession. Two warriors squared off, and the space between them sparked with raw, crackling tension. The Beast Girl girls swarmed around the stunned boy, chattering happily as he sat there on the ground. That tiny fox snapped in fury, screaming that it was unfair and begging to do it too. He snapped his eyes wide in pure shock. The woman beside us threw gasoline on it all by calling the whole argument wildly exciting. While the girls squealed with joy, he quietly pleaded for answers. How on earth did he get himself stuck in this mess? A little while later, an elven knight leaned out of the creaking cart and waved at them as it rattled off into the distance. With a warm, gentle smile, she swore that one day she'd take him in and love him like he was her own. The boy and the two beast people grinned and waved at her until she was out of sight. Once the carriage vanished, the girls stared daggers through jealous eyes, then smirked and taunted, asking if he truly went for women like that. He let out a calm smile and said, "Turns out, in the end, she really was pretty great." His face went deathly pale in an instant. He knew he'd blown it, and panic kicked in as he started denying everything. He didn't wait for punishment. He bolted for the house while their furious shouts chased him down. Meanwhile, in the roar of the city, a dark-haired warrior sat by himself, nursing a cup of tea. She shut her eyes tight and let out a heavy, exhausted sigh that sounded like it came from the bottom of her soul. The brunette lifted the cup to her lips in quiet silence. She stood in her armor, cool as ice, and waited for the meeting to begin. At last, her mentor strode up, shot her a quick apology for the delay, and moved on. A sword lay there like it was waiting for trouble, right beside the student's chair. The girl pressed her hand to her chest and bowed politely, insisting right there that she'd stay respectful and stand lower. She snapped at her teacher, Belfavia, for being late, and the elf practically begged her to drop the formal stuff and just call her Belf. Belf rubbed her nose with tired frustration, staring at how stubborn the student was, and snapped that it was way easier back when her compatriot was around. The brunette snapped her fingers, yanked the conversation in a new direction, and demanded to know whether a fresh blade had finally been found. Belf waved his hand with pure irritation, like he couldn't stand waiting another second. The girl's cheeks flared with a sudden blush, and she blurted out an apologetic sorry for forcing her mentor to scramble for a replacement weapon. But the elf didn't sugarcoat it when it came down to it. Both of them were at fault. She boldly wrapped her hand around the katana's handle, and yeah, that choice turned out to be perfect. When the brunette heard what they were searching for, her courage cracked fast. She quivered and asked the mentor straight up if he'd set up another duel just to get this sword. Kane's world lurched off balance as those words hit. She snapped into stunned silence, staring staring at her counterpart like she couldn't possibly be hearing what she was hearing. Kane let out a heavy sigh and snapped at her mentor, saying she just couldn't help herself the moment she sensed real potential in someone. The elf smiled softly and told her it just helps her feel better, then begged her not to worry. But that sly look hit her like a trap, and the student blurted, wide-eyed, "Is that really true?" Beneath a blazing sea of stars, the teacher beamed and declared the night training begin, while Kane frantically begged them to hold off. The mentor leaned in and told her straight up that the boy didn't hold a candle to Kane's strength, so Kane's face flooded with a sudden, deep blush. The blonde girl burst out in pure joy, shouting that she'd finally stumbled on a strange tree. She marched right up to Kenji's workshop and shoved a fresh green branch into his hands. For her, this plant felt like a secret miracle she'd never seen coming. The moment he saw her, he knew, right there, she was just an ordinary bamboo in his whole world. He had zero clue this hollow stem would show up here at all. Kenji remembered that summoning heroes is an ancient magic technique people once swore was unstoppable. He clenched the bamboo with all his might, convinced it had slipped into this world because his predecessors left it behind. He shoved the complicated thoughts aside and blurted out, "Let's make a fishing rod," and both of his friends just stared, utterly baffled. The blonde just blurted out that she had no clue at all, but she still ached to give it a shot, while the tiny fox cheered her on like it was the best idea ever. Kenji leaned in, grinned, and told them the simple trick to fishing with a line. The calm river glittered under the sun, like it was alive with warmth. The sky was unreal, perfect weather, like the world itself was rooting for what came next. With brand new fishing rods in hand, and that sweet gifted summer outfit on their backs, the trio blasted off toward the water, shouting loud laughs like they couldn't wait to start. Their shoes whispered and rustled across the stones along the shore. The man flicked his line into the water with a grin, insisting this right here was the secret heart of every fishing trick. He dropped into a squat and spread the ready-made rods right in front of the horned warrior and the little fox. A lone float bobbed on the water's surface like it was waiting for trouble to find it. The horned one snapped the fishing rod in annoyance and growled that their companion was the reason the bite was so terrible. She let out a huge drowsy yawn and clapped her gloved hand over her mouth, like she couldn't stop herself. The little fox sighed sadly and groaned that she couldn't catch a single thing. Suddenly, a nightmare-dark shadow with glowing eyes surged out of the water, and every fish scattered like it had seen death itself. A towering silhouette crept closer to the surface, gliding like a nightmare waking up. The water exploded upward in a towering burst, and the horned one snapped the fishing rod away and yanked a battle bow into his grip. She yanked the string until it maxed out, screaming that the underwater monster had finally tracked her down. The waterfall's spray slammed onto the shore, drenching everyone in seconds, and the furious archer barked in pure outrage. His attack had hit, and still it failed. That massive shadow just sidestepped the arrow and glided off the shore in a flash. Water dripped off them as the stunned trio sat there, processing their brutal fishing loss in dead silence. One more brutal miss, and the girls got blasted clean through, drenched from head to toe. Rage surged through the girl as she fought to transform, and the blacksmith scrambled in vain to keep her from breaking free. A massive black shadow slammed down with a deafening splash and vanished into the depths. "Henji," she hissed, rage burning in every word. The boy gently brushed her hair and told her the river's crafty master doesn't fall for traps. He feels them the moment they're set. Stubborn fire sparked in her eyes. She clenched her fists, stared that monster down with fury, and demanded a fishing rod that would snare it for sure. By the forge, the girl burst into a run, grinning as she came to hear every success. The master awkwardly paused, like he couldn't bring himself to move. Silence clung to the rooftop like a heavy blanket. He let out an awkward laugh and shrugged hard, like his body couldn't hide it. There just wasn't soft steel in him. The blacksmith rubbed his neck with tired hands because he couldn't forge the right tool without the right material. Suddenly, his body locked up like time stopped the moment he sensed it. Lightning guess. Remembering how his grind once forged an S-rank blade, he lit up with a wild new thought. What if he made soft iron with his own hands? He clenched his fist hard, and he knew this gamble was worth every risk. As Belf unleashed his strikes, the blacksmith gritted his teeth and vowed his own rule. Go all in, every single time. He beamed, beamed and gently stroked the girl's head. Her words had just sparked a brilliant idea in his mind. Sharp flash. A heavy hammer slammed down, thudding straight into the blazing red-hot iron. Belf slammed a sledgehammer again and again, hammering like his life depended on it, while Henji sat nearby, quietly forging parts with steady, exact precision. His mind ripped him straight into the royal palace, back to the moment someone demanded answers about what magic is, down to its very core. Clocking in at this strange forge jolted him back to the old court lessons he'd thought he'd forgotten. Right in front of me, a hooded mentor materialized and dropped the single most important secret. Back then, young Henji honestly thought that his raw talent and every book he'd devoured was all it took to pull off real magic. Breaking free from his memories, he snapped into focus and willed a pliable piece of iron into being. True magic didn't just happen. It demanded you force the image to burn into your mind, crystal clear and perfectly real. With one wide swing, the metal bar in his hands snapped into a razor-sharp, long, curved blade. In the middle of the yard, their faces went pale as he lowered the weapon, still ready to strike. He clamped his hands around the bare rod and tested the wood's bend like he was checking if it could handle what was coming. The girls erupted with excitement, and they all gasped at the exact same time. Their fire didn't die down for a second. The tiny fox grinned and waved that bendy stick like it weighed nothing, while her horned friend stared in awe at just how light it was. A sharp crack, and a sudden burst of light made the flock of birds explode into the sky. The horned one beamed and shouted that it's almost all set. There's just one last thing missing, a powerful line. The boy snapped an improvised line onto the fishing rod and gave the plan a quick, confident nod. That gigantic beast cracked the whole problem like it was nothing. Then it yanked out a thick strand of its own hair and handed it to them. He grabbed the massive hook and blurted out the rematch time like he couldn't wait another second. The shallow water looked perfectly still, like it wasn't even breathing. Suddenly, a hulking dark shadow with terrifying eyes slipped under the water, like something hungry had just found her. The trio gripped their fishing rods on the shore, standing on edge as they waited for the monster to come crashing in. A massive, bizarre fish suddenly erupted from the water like it had been summoned. The boy yanked the fishing rod toward himself in one quick, sharp pull. The man grabbed his fishing rod, got everything ready, and calmly reminded him about the bait. The float plopped hard into the water with a loud little splash. Without bait, there's nothing worth doing here. Tiny circles skated across the surface. Right then, the prey was already circling close. His fingers slowly tweaked the spool, like he was setting the next move in motion. The worm hook didn't even get time to shine. It vanished straight into that massive black maw. A giant shadow ballooned through the water, swallowing the light. "All right, now!" the fisherman roared as he yanked the rod with every ounce of strength. His face twisted tight, like tension snapped into place. Water erupted in a wild burst of splashes. The rod buckled into a sharp curve, barely holding its ground against the monster's savage, relentless thrashing. His boots skidded in the mud, and in the blink of an eye he lost his footing. Out of nowhere, two Beast Girl girls burst from behind and latched onto his waist, yanking him back with fierce, tight grips. With grunts tearing out of their throats, they heaved the catch toward the shore with everything they had. That bold demand, "Make something tasty for me since you're helping," hit him like a truck, leaving him stunned and utterly unable to speak. Cruel and Sue sprinted in, clamped tight onto his hands, and grabbed the fishing rod like it was the only way out. At the very tip of the fishing line, a thick, living-looking vine fought back with wild, thrashing energy. The monster whipped its tail into the air and barked a brutal command. Everyone pull together, now. The girls clung with white-knuckle grip to the spool. Their wild joint lunge hit the water like a bomb, and it erupted in violent splashes. Out of the deep, a gigantic, predatory catfish hauled itself up, its long whiskers twitching like it was ready to strike. That tight fishing line snapped and yanked the huge carcass up into the air. That jerk's hit was so brutal, it blasted the whole trio flying backward. They stared in pure shock, eyes bulging as they choked down desperate breaths. He slammed onto his back, then snapped his head up right away. He snapped his head back to his companions, worry blazing in his eyes, and demanded, "Are you all okay?" Right there, the caught fish was thrashing like crazy on the ground. The horned girl clutched her bruised head, let out a shaky sigh of relief that she was still alive, while her little partner just beamed, happy as can can be. She gasped and flung her mouth open, her emotions spilling out the second she saw what was happening. The girls froze in place on the ground, staring up at the henge in pure, jaw-dropping awe. He looked filthy and worn out, but the second their eyes hit him, a warm smile burst onto his face. Her eyes snapped wide as her pupils ballooned in an instant. A burst of joyful laughter exploded in the air, because with all their teamwork, they finally hauled that massive catch in together, and it showed. Right away, the satisfied crew already plopped into their seats at the table, practically bouncing out of their skin with pure anticipation for the reward. On that massive leaf, a giant feast hissed with steaming heat, and Henji, spent to the bone, finally dropped his shoulders in pure, hard-earned relief. It was a colossal royal catfish, roasted whole on Cruel's personal command. When the aroma hit the air, it felt downright unstoppable. With a delighted blush, Cruel sank their teeth into the hot, juicy bite and held on tight. Stuffed to the brim with treats, the starving crew cheered the flavor and bowed their thanks to the blacksmith, chasing the catch and sharing it warm with everyone. Henji couldn't help but grin. His dream of finally living a peaceful life in another world had come true. And right there, the little beast girl shut her eyes and basked in pure delight, savoring every single bite like it was made just for her. The sky hung high above a wall of thick forest canopies. Sue sprinted ahead with a bright grin, telling herself with every step, "I'm totally fine." Henji panicked and begged her to slow down, because if she didn't, he'd topple right over. Right then, the girl stumbled, then crashed face first into the ground. Tucked right under the tree's roots, a whole cluster of mushrooms was hiding like it owned the place. Sue froze in shock at the trunk, mumbling, "Nowhere, nowhere." Henji burst in on her in a panic, shouting where it hurt, while she groaned weakly, sprawled on all fours. Suddenly, he beamed and showered her with praise for the mushrooms she snagged, and Sue lit up as she proudly showed off her catch. She broke it down like a pro. "Those yellow ones are eggshell fungus. And that black one? That's Dictyostelium discoideum." Henji just shrugged, because not a single word of that crazy terminology made any sense to him. He just grinned warmly, like he knew exactly what he was talking about, and swore it was all thanks to the White Wolf tribe's killer sense of smell. Right then, Sue casually hoisted this massive predatory mushroom over her head and asked, "Could this be a monster?" And it totally blew Henji's mind. Afraid to fall behind, Sue grinned and bragged that she'd snagged a whole big bunch of mushrooms too. Cruel hoisted a towering mushroom over her head, eyes wide, and practically whispered, "Is this thing a monster?" Just as the conversation was rolling, a shocked question cut through about that giant mushroom Cruel could barely squeeze into her arms. Suddenly, predatory footsteps snapped through the air, and the boy whipped around, yelling out for Henji. His face tightened with raw tension. Straight at them barreled the ashen hounds, tongues lolling as they charged. A bolt of lightning tore straight through the sky. The heroes snapped into action when the monsters snarled and slammed their way across the path. Two grown beastmen burst out from behind the trees like they came out of nowhere. The boy froze in shock. Sue's parents were right there staring him down. The girl threw herself into her parents' arms with pure joy, squeezing them like she'd been waiting all day. But the anxiety wouldn't let go, and the boy shot a tense question: had these monsters actually hurt anyone? Eagle and Surya snapped back with grim faces, saying their White Wolf tribe got wrecked the moment those hounds suddenly tore in. Sue's father added that the new gang leader proved way too crafty for comfort, and that he pulled a treacherous night attack, leaving one of theirs badly injured. The dogs didn't take it by brute force. They slammed it shut with ruthless speed and devious smarts. Surya snapped her daughter into a tight embrace. She could torch the enemies as a dragon in an instant, but the thought of enraging the forest spirits kept her from going all out. The young man's muscles locked up the second he spotted that familiar silhouette leading the dark beasts. His gaze sharpened into something colder and more merciless. The werewolf didn't waste a breath, he confirmed it. These creatures are lightning fast, perfectly organized, and packing sharp fangs. The girl with the extra ears choked up, almost in tears, as she realized the attackers were ransacking every last bit of food and money they had. The blacksmith softly stroked her head, shouldering the crushing duty to repay the tribe for taking her in. Your friend blinked hard, totally stunned. The moment it hit him, he knew he'd forge protective armor for them, right then and there. He coolly told them, "Guess what? We're neighbors in the forest forest now, and helping each other is totally normal. Up above, a huge, heartfelt thank you rang out loud and clear. The white wolves clapped their hands with pure, joyous energy. The wolves' first test with iron armor was a total letdown. The hulking metal pinned them down and crushed their biggest weapon, their lightning-fast mobility. I had to race back to the workshop. A battered metal helmet clanked dull against the table, like it had stories to tell. The master spun toward his workbench, and as he did, he couldn't stop thinking about the wild discovery he'd stumbled on just the other day while cleaning. The master sank into deep thought. He needed something light and effortless, but it had to be rock solid. Huge metal cylinders riddled with holes slammed onto the table, special molds meant to crush and reshape the rods. With a calm grin, he snapped the magical binding into motion. Cruel blinked, totally lost, like her mind had summoned some harmless, ordinary dice out of nowhere. The blacksmith gave a warm little chuckle and told him to just hold up and wait a moment. Then, like a switch flipped, he barked an order. Pull! The man clutched the steel blanks so tightly his knuckles went white. The rod's tip slid with perfect ease into the matrix's tiny hole on the anvil. Cruel ripped at it with every ounce of strength, squinting so hard the strain practically burned. The job was in full swing. Master commanded the metal like it was alive, and the girls yanked it out in perfect sync from the other side. He shoved through the mold, and the thick steel visibly shrank, getting thinner right before their eyes. The master spun around and flashed a grin, saying, "All right, this is how you draw." Cruel inhaled in pure shock, then stared down at the hard metal in his palm, because now it looked like a helpless bundle of flexible threads. The beast folk tracked him down and begged him, loud and desperate, for help. The boy didn't pause for even a second. He rounded up the girls in the clearing and laid out a quick briefing. Turns out, this job was way simpler than it sounded. Wrap the wire tight around the rod, then slice it into perfectly even rings. The master snatched the tool and then showed you the whole process himself, step by step, right there in real practice. The students tore into the materials, locking in hard on the job right in front of them. A mountain of tiny metal links kept piling up right in front of my eyes. Sue proudly showed off every ready part in her hands and soaked up the praise she truly earned. Another worker hammered the metal with focused intensity, swearing he'd cause zero more trouble. The whole work buzzed with energy and warm, non-stop cheer. The girl finally admitted she busts her tail every single day just to protect her parents. The young man reached out and softly brushed his hand through her hair. Soon, the massive order finally got finished. The warrior slipped into his brand new chainmail, and his eyes lit up because it felt way lighter and way more comfortable than that bulky old armor. The master tossed a dazzling suit of chainmail in front of the girl's wide eyes, then smugly dubbed it chain leather. He flashed a warm grin and pushed for a real-life test of the product right then and there. The wolf leader stared at the idea like it was poison, convinced that this strange thing couldn't survive the hound's deadly strike. "All right, I'm going for it," he breathed out, full of grit. The armor was pulled tight, gripping the thick wooden post like it was forged to stay put. The leader clapped his hand over his face, and a deadly aura burst out like a nightmare finally letting loose. He bolted off the spot at a wild, unreal speed. The claws rang out like thunder on the metal, but the chief froze. His full-force strike got shrugged off by the armor as if it barely felt a thing. The chainmail only smoldered and smoked, while the pole stayed perfectly intact as the children cheered their hearts out. He snapped around like a blade swinging through the air. The leader's eyes blazed with the thrill of an almost certain win, but the master snapped him back to reality. To outfit the entire pack, they'd have to sweat for it. This news lit the whole tribe on fire. Every wolf slammed their fists together and pushed forward, ready to grind until they collapsed. The forge snapped to life in a blink. The master pounded the anvil without mercy, while his horned assistant gritted her teeth and heaved the bellows lever with everything she had. Under the open sky, the whole flock closed in tight in a circle, scanning every detail like they were building their next big piece of gear. The three beastmen huddled on the floor, stitching armor rings together with fierce focus. The girl's smile bloomed with pure satisfaction as she yanked the final loops through, and the metal softly chimed like it was cheering her on. Jagged chainmail, forged link by link. Once everyone slipped into their brand new armor, the leader let out a thrilled sigh. Finally, everyone would be safe. With a wild flick of his cloak, he snapped around in one sharp, instant turn. The warriors leaders bowed low to Henji, apologizing for the mess they caused. But Henji just stayed calm and promised them one thing: starting now, the forest's problems would be his too. The leader froze in shock and demanded, "Wait, so you're really going with us?" Henji's expression turned grim because he didn't just hate these enemies, he had a score to settle. With a sly little smirk, he tightened his grip on the sword's hilt and strode straight into the squad. Suddenly, a hand shot up between them like it had been waiting for the perfect moment. The dragon girl stood her ground and snapped that, as the forest's guardian, she had no choice. She was going into battle. Henji snapped his eyes open, stunned, speechless. A blonde beast human suddenly lunged ahead, then threw their hand up, ready to take the mission without hesitation. Her eyes blazed with fury. She wasn't just watching, she was tribe too, and she demanded the right to fight on equal terms like everyone else. He stood there frozen, fighting to keep the tears from spilling. He begged Sue to hide and wait out the danger, but once she made up her mind, nothing could stop her. "Let me help," she blurted out with bright, unstoppable excitement. Henji clamped his hands on her shoulders and leaned in, demanding to know if she was truly ready to risk her life. Her eyes flew wide, burning with pure, unshakable determination. He locked eyes on them, digging for even a tiny spark of fear. Not a single doubt lingered, and the master's smile turned warm and gentle. Sue snapped into a sharp bow and yelled her thanks at the top of her lungs. The man dropped his surrender and vowed to guard the girl with Cruel, letting the wolves run wild and follow their own bloody plan. Henji spun toward the pack. His booming voice tore through the air, and Sue came running to join them. The wolves bared their teeth with cold, predatory grins because they'd finally forged the perfect team. With a heavy silence, the leader thundered that the white wolves and the ash hounds would unite into one fierce, proud tribe of warriors. A raw, frenzied battle cry tore out of his chest. Weapons and fists blasted into the air as the crowd screamed their lungs out. They didn't just fight the hounds, they declared war on them. The trio burst into a huge, rolling laugh, grinning like they already owned the outcome. The whole squad froze at the cliff's edge, staring into that endless green ocean of trees like they couldn't look away. The warrior man and a pack of beastmen lined up shoulder to shoulder, staring out over the land like they were sizing up a battlefield. Suddenly, the tall beast man jerked to a halt, then snapped his head up and sniffed the air like he'd caught something. The warrior snapped into focus the moment it happened. He thought it was a one-on-one fight. Then his partner snapped. Nope, there are two enemies. The air reeked of savage beasts and spilled guts. The ash-colored hounds were right there. The beast man jutted his finger past the horizon, and the warrior couldn't help but squint, trapped in confusion. Once they realized plain eyes wouldn't cut it, they hauled out a telescope and set it up. The leader snapped his eyes open in disbelief. How in the world could you spot anything from that insane distance? And through the lens, the warrior spotted two dark predators stalking the road ahead. Through the lens, he grinned and verified it. He could see them clearly, those ash-colored hounds. The choice hit him like lightning: slip after the trail, hunt down the leader, and wipe out the whole pack. Heavy boots slammed forward together. When that happened, the hunt officially exploded into motion. Step by step, the hunter slid along the forest path like a shadow, stalking his prey in eerie silence. The enemy's stench surged in hard eagle clocked, a tiny pack of predators, no more than 10 heads. The boy sized it up in a blink. His target was roughly 400 meters out, and these clearly weren't the main hitters. The monster hierarchy played out perfectly. This top boss broke his whole pack into a bunch of tiny squads. Suddenly, Eagle snapped tense, sensing a razor-sharp, totally unexpected presence slicing through the air. Once they sized up the chaos, they realized the hunt for sizes wasn't a search at all. It was built like an entire army. But Eagle couldn't stop shaking. The scent screamed white wolves, his own family, and the sickening truth that they might have already been caught. He ignored the shout to wait and lunged into action to save himself. The boy snapped, telling Sue to sprint after him right now. 3 shadows came barreling into the forest thicket in a blur. They barely managed to keep pace with those savage beast people, wheezing and gasping as they ran. Eagle came charging out like a storm, barreling straight ahead. The boy shouted his heart out from right behind him. They bolted into the clearing, stunned, because there was no way those other white wolves should have ended up here. The traps snapped shut before they could breathe. A deafening swarm of predators had them surrounded, circling the mountain of stolen gold like wolves after prey. Uhal forced a tight grin because they'd just just walked straight into a trap, and he could feel it clicking shut. Right in front of them sat a mountain of gold, the same loot the Popolasti hounds had ripped from its rightful place. Out of nowhere, two wolves rocketed out of the sky and slammed into him midair. "Mr. Uhal?" The swordsman's face drained of color, and pure horror froze him in place. With its jaws gaping wide, the beast charged straight through the air, right at his face. The claw strained like crazy just to stretch its elbow, and those razor-sharp claws ripped straight through the sleeve until the fabric gave way. In a blink, he snapped into a counterattack, slamming his weapon into the predator with lightning speed. The impact slammed into it, and the creature choked out a rough, painful gasp. Chaos ignited in the clearing as the pack closed in, boxing the squad into a deadly tight circle. The swordsman frantically slammed his blade up to stop those fangs, while the fox girl curled into a crouch, trembling so hard she buried her head in her hands. Uhal ripped his arm from the bottom to the top and hurled another wolf skyward, and his partner's grin snapped back like lightning. Shut down with a brutal rejection, the pack bolted, and the gasping heroes crashed into the trench, grinning because their armor held. Uhal scowled and warned them, "From here on out, you'll fight in full armor, no excuses." But the swordsman snapped back. Regular hounds were way too dumb to pull off an ambush this flawless. That young man flashed a confident grin and tapped his temple like he was letting them in on their hidden ace. His partner, half beast, half man, let out a confused sigh, realizing the enemy's schemes were dead clever. Two figures slipped behind thick bushes and watched the clearing in secret. After a few days, their entire squad inched forward, tense and careful, closing in on the target. Up ahead, a whole pack of towering demonic wolves sprawled across the ground like they'd been defeated and left where they fell. The young man snapped his fist shut like a lightning bolt warning that it was time to move. A quick showdown of viewpoints that hits like a knockout decision. With a hair-raising battle cry, the girl tore out of cover and drove the fighters forward in a brutal head-on charge. The predators froze mid-attack, utterly stunned as the attackers slammed in out of nowhere. The slaughter erupted. Heavy blades and steel swords hacked into the wolf carcasses with zero mercy. The girl let out a blood-curdling scream and swung her weapon straight into the closest monster. Her massive blade didn't just swing, it refused to stop. Suddenly, the wolf leader's eyes flashed with cruel light, and he bared a vicious grin like they'd walked straight into his trap themselves. That predatory stare from the leader hit the hunter like a truck, so the prey really had a plan waiting to spring? Eagle jolted with tension, his hand snapping onto the sword's hilt like reflex. That tiny beast person snatched her head in the blink of an eye, cruel signal blasting through the moment. The light-haired partner snapped to it instantly, like the whole plan clicked into place. A bone-chilling roar erupted from deep inside the forest thicket. The Trinity snapped into motion and bolted, fleeing exactly as the plan promised. Back behind him, the earth shook hard as heavy paws thundered through the ground. The pack leader lifted its snout to the sky and let out a long, longing howl that sent the prey running. As they sprinted, the heroes flicked quick glances. Those monsters had snapped the bait and were tearing after them. Suddenly, the fugitives slammed on the brakes. Fangs snapped a hair from the cloak, and right on cue, scream. Now, the pursuers sprinted at full speed, then crashed into a hidden pit and skewered themselves on deadly wooden stakes. Beyond the trap, a fox girl sat there, perfectly calm, smiling like a tease as she demanded to know why they'd stopped. The last surviving wolves skidded forward on their paws, stopping just barely at the lip of the deadly abyss. With a cheeky look over her shoulder, the beast girl winked at the pack like she was daring them to chase her and see who catches who. The tall grass kept rustling like it had something to hide. From the shadows, 3 sets of predatory eyes snapped into view. With a desperate scream, the girl bolted into the night, chased by a furious pack that wouldn't stop. She tore through the forest, sprinting like something was right on her tail. The pack of wolves came barreling after them, gaining ground with every snap of the chase. New pursuers suddenly burst out from the side, snapping into the chase out of nowhere. That massive beast flashed a sinister grin that made the air feel colder. The girl snapped to a halt because right in front of her the path got slammed shut. Trapped in the middle of a ring of enemies, she squeezed her eyes shut, terrified to the bone. The predator shot forward, jaws blazing wide open, ready to tear into her. A massive, earth-shaking punch blasted the wolf out of the air and slammed it to the ground mid-flight. Before Cruella could could even catch her breath. Someone spoke her name, cool, calm, and impossibly steady. Her face lit up the second that joyful smile burst across it. Behind him, a rescuer braced a heavy bow ready to strike. Henji gently soothed the exhausted Sue with a soft pat on the head. From the tangled thicket, two enormous hounds burst out, saliva dripping from their jaws. The man grinned and showered Cruel with praise for delivering such an incredible job. She drew every monster's eyes to her with pure skill, and it blew his mind. A pack of predators got trapped in a dead end, with fighters closing in from every single side. Henji grinned and squinted hard, because now it was their turn to strike. The finger jabbed the map with fearless confidence. Trap the ash-colored hounds with bait, then unleash a brutal strike with everything they've got. There was just one burning question left. Who's crazy enough to take that risk? Sue defiantly puffed her cheeks, like she dared the whole world to say something. She lunged forward on the spot, waving her arms like crazy right in front of the baffled Henji. The boy begged her to drop the suicide plan, but Sue latched onto his words like they were life, because the bait only works if it looks weak. He searched for words to fire back and came up empty. She sprang to her feet and shot her hand straight into the air. Sue boldly swore that white wolf blood would forge her into a warrior, and that unshakable conviction finally shattered every doubt he had. Henji threw in the towel and gave a quick nod, while the little one flashed her grin and bared her fangs. With pure joy, she flung her arms around his neck. Then he handed Cruel the duty of guarding her and stared straight at the wolf leaders, deadly serious. Eagle and Surya snapped into stunned silence, blinking hard like they couldn't believe what they just saw. A tense silence slammed into the room. Henji demanded they let his own daughter become a living target. Yet the objections never came. Warm smiles lit up the parents' faces instead. Eagle beamed at her bold courage as the girl's mother softly brushed her head, handing her the dangerous mission with complete trust. A brutal fight with the pack exploded in the middle of an open field. Suddenly, Eagle shuddered, and from the dust, a hulking predator with blazing white eyes tore into view. Sensing the threat, he erupted in a desperate roar, screaming for everyone to watch out. From the forest, a towering silhouette stomped closer, flinging up a thick wall of dust with every step. The young warrior didn't hesitate for a second. He charged straight into the danger. He swung into action and screamed that he'd end the leader himself. They smashed into each other mid-leap, sparks flying and momentum taking over. The monster smashed the boy to the ground with a single brutal hit, driving him hard into a tree right before his horrified father. The beast snapped into its next move right away, tossing the arrow aside with a playful snort using its snout. Eagle and the archer Cruel froze in shock at what they were seeing. After testing that insane power, the girl struggled to get the words out. Right in front of them was the real deal, a mutant. She was seconds away from becoming a dragon. Then Eagle slammed the moment to a stop. The wolf just snapped its teeth in pure intimidation, the kind of rare beast that's born with strength that's already way beyond normal. He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt without a word, then stepped forward like he was about to strike. The elf girl locked eyes with him and straight up demanded to know why he still refused to believe in his own power. Henji snapped his gaze to the giant black wolf and declared with iron certainty that he would do it. The beast crept forward, and its murderous intent sent a shiver straight down my spine. A monstrous clawed paw slammed into the ground, and the boy, soaked in icy sweat, froze in a ready-to-strike tense. He finally caught himself believing in himself for real. Sword in hand, he lunged toward the monster just as it burst into the air for a lethal leap. The predator's shadow swallowed the ground under him. Henji ripped forward, screaming as he charged into the fight, his face twisted with raw, frantic tension. The monstrous fangs snapped shut, just a breath away from its target, missing by a hair. With a lightning-quick slash, the blade tore the beast clean in two, and a savage fountain of black blood exploded everywhere. The elf and her companion went rigid, totally stunned by how fast that whole situation got shut down. In the girl beast's eyes, absolute fascination lit up like a fire. The leader's torn body crashed hard into the grass just as the crowd burst out in joy. "Mr. Hendy, you beat him." With their leader gone, the rest of the pack cowered, panicked, and bolted into the forest. Vovkalyud calmly cut his partner off. There was no point in chasing what was left of the ashen hounds anymore. Suddenly, Henji crumpled backward with a sickening thud, gushing blood as his companion screamed in pure pure terror. He crashed onto the ground and forced out a ragged, hoarse breath. A tired grin tugged at his sweaty face as a friendly hand ruffled his hair, dragging a little relief into the chaos. In that sudden, eerie hush, he took a breath and genuinely thanked both of them. The massive wolf curled up right beside me, settling in like it was about to spill its secrets. Before long, the whole settlement spilled into the yard, mugs overflowing in their hands. Henji lifted his drink high and boomed a loud toast to little Sue's brave heart. The leader grabbed the initiative with pure excitement, raising a toast like, "We've got this final victory over those enemies is ours." Cracked wooden mugs slammed together in the chaos as the crowd roared to the bottom, and the drink splattered everywhere. The celebration exploded into cheers. Sue beamed, launched into the song, and the girls erupted in applause for her. Meanwhile, the horned companion was shoving treat after treat into her mouth so eagerly that her friends just stared, utterly blown away. Henji slammed his mug to the bottom with such ruthless skill that the werewolves behind him could only stare, jaws hanging in pure awe. He tipped that massive mug back and guzzled it in one breath, while the werewolves behind him just stared, jaws dropping in pure shock. The cute fox girl happily whacked the tub with a ladle, and Henji jolted in shock. A jolt of liquid splashed into a giant bowl, and in the ripples his tired face stared back at him. The beastmen crowd erupted into roaring applause, shaking the whole place. The horned warrior leaned back and stroked her bulging belly with a satisfied grin, finally able to gorge herself again. The party was roaring to life. Henji was already clinking mugs with the fox's leader, and he was belting out songs like the night couldn't stop him. They tore into those giant roasted chunks, dancing around with greedy grins and hungry teeth. That bonfire celebration raged for 3 solid days, and 3 sleepless nights straight. Once the shouting finally died down, the beast people surged together into a tribe right near Hendy's house. He gave an awkward little grin and waved it away like, "Nah, that wasn't anything special." The tribe leader bowed deep, heart first, and thanked them like it mattered more than anything. Henji blinked through tears, trembling as they spilled down. The leader straight up admitted it. Without him, their packs would have ripped each other apart in pure panic of the Ashhounds, and it was Henji who finally brought the calm. Every last soul in the tribe dropped to their knees as one, like the moment demanded it. The beast people crumpled to the ground, thanking their savior in perfect unison. Wind slammed dry leaves against his tired face as he pushed forward. The crowd erupted with cheers as the hero rode in on horseback, but Henji fumed like this walking decoration couldn't even see the real fighters. He snapped his eyes up from his hand to that faceless line of armored soldiers. He spun away and whispered a soft, heartfelt thanks. An open palm shot out, reaching for him like it meant everything. Henji beamed with real warmth, nudging his new companions to clink glasses for one more round. Sue rose up, tall, feral, and unmistakably a werewolf. She spun around in a flash. With a grin stretched across his face, the wolfman clamped onto the boy's hand and shook it hard. Young Sue looked at him with hope burning in her eyes, praying he'd come back to them again. So she took one bold step straight toward her parents, with pride blazing in his eyes. Her father raised his fist and declared, "From this day on, your pack welcomes her as a warrior because she's taken the lethal role of bait." She knew she had to forge herself into something stronger, because one day she was going to save their whole family. Her eyes turned cold with resolve, and she swore to you, loud and clear, she would study at Henge. Sue clamped onto Eigel and the horned woman by their hands, and swore she wasn't leaving their side. The girl lit up with pure, unstoppable joy. Master Henge took it in with a warm, inviting smile, like he already knew exactly what came next. He gave Eigel a respectful bow, then asked straight up if he truly didn't mind. The man met his eyes with a calm, warm gaze that felt like kindness. Henji steadied his shaken crew. Sue chose this herself, and they fully trust her. The guests launched into their journey, waving goodbye while a roar of mutual thanks filled the air. Eagle and the girls sent them off right from the doorstep, watching them go with their whole hearts. The child's tiny hand clung to that giant palm like it was the last lifeline. The battered warrior dragged himself to the throne, only to get hit with the king's sharp, irritated voice. He couldn't stomach it. Another loss again. The monarch erupted into a blood-curdling scream, because Kane's legendary Windkeeper was meant to blow every hero from the past out of the sky. The knight just nodded, and then clatter, a chunk of shattered armor dropped off his body. He shot a guilty glance up at his master. With one wild swing, he slammed his forehead into the stone floor and exploded into a hysterical scream. Why did we lose then? Those footsteps told the whole story. Kane marched forward and slammed the blame for the failure straight onto her own shoulders. The girl dropped to her knees beside her friend, begging for him to punish only her, while that mysterious man with glasses watched in deadly silence from behind a column. Suddenly, sweat broke out across Kane's face, and she blurted, "I've got one urgent request. I need you to hear me now." The king slumped onto his hand and stared her down, grilling her like, "Is that really all you've got to defend yourself?" In the thick shadows, her eyes vanished, and she admitted, soft and honest, that after that crushing loss, she didn't want to come off as cocky. So yeah, this request's big finale turned out miserable. Those fallen heroes were left sulking as they dragged trash in some lonely forest clearing. The blazing sun beat down like it wanted him gone. The horned girl tiptoed between the trees, scanning every shadow like she could smell her prey. Heat battered his body, and his companion barely held himself upright as he stumbled out, exhausted, begging for the results. At last, she thrust her finger toward the trunk ahead like she just nailed the victory. But the boy suddenly clocked something that didn't fit. A heavy, sticky drop of wood honey slid down the bark like it was dripping straight from the tree's heart. A gigantic beetle slammed onto the sweets with a thunderous buzz. The boy froze in shock. This insect looked exactly like a Hercules beetle from his home world. Her eyes flared with pure excitement, and she snatched the net in one eager grab. She chased that beetle into the thicket, laughing like it was all a game, even as voices begged her not to push deeper into the forest. Suddenly, the boy's smile vanished like it was never there. A massive bear, crowned with a bony crown, slipped out of the bushes in dead silence. Fear slammed into the young man's chest, because that predator followed the very same honey. The crowned monster snapped its fangs and let out a bone-rattling roar that shook the air. The beast slammed down on the helpless boy, then a blinding flash exploded, ripping the air open with a blazing magical circle. The giant bear let out a thunderous roar, then swung up its massive paw to crush him. A deadly shadow suddenly slammed downward like it was hunting its next victim. Henji threw his hand over himself, trembling as he braced for the death that was coming no matter what. Suddenly, a fragile woman appeared right between him and the monster. A blinding surge of magic lit up her entire body like a spotlight from the heavens. A thunder crack of lightning blasted the beast off its feet, hurling the heavy brute flying into the distance. The bewildered master gasped out his savior's name, Mrs. Kana, amid the crackling magic in her hands. The girl flashed a warm smile and asked to be called by her name, nothing more. Back home at last, Kana grinned and sipped barley tea, basically confessing, "This is the first time I've had it since I landed in this world." Two beast girls stood off to the side, glaring in bitter jealousy, whispering about the newest woman in this old rogue's house. Henji let out a shaky laugh, and to save the moment, hurriedly asked for another cup of tea. Kana snapped in surprise, blurting out, "Wait, what are you doing here in the forge?" The master had to awkwardly introduce his brand new neighbors because they'd just moved into the house and jumped in to help with his craft. When they asked, stunned, who the girls were, he straight up said, "They're my neighbors from the house, and they're my helpers in the forge." Two girls stomped right past the village forge's threshold. Henji greeted them with a bright, warm smile. After all that chaos, he honestly relished the peaceful life of a craftsman. Kanai spun the brand new knife in her hands, like she was testing fate with every smooth twist. The master was genuinely thrown off by her sudden visit, like she'd crashed through the door out of the blue, right in the middle of all her own worries. She stared him down, like she was trying to read his secrets. Then she flashed a huge grin and begged him to teach her how to forge swords. Soon, the forge roared as a hammer started pounding, yet Hengi couldn't shake the suspicion that this request was hiding a completely different plan. He chose not to push it, betting he could pull the truth from the guest later. Kane pushed forward, closing in on the blacksmith, no longer giving him breathing room. Crouched behind the wall, the beast woman Cruel peeked out with trembling fear. Henji handed her the job of teaching the newcomer the ropes, and in just a few days, the two of them clicked so hard they were inseparable partners at the anvil. Now the master had to sit there and listen to their wild idea of mixing rice with strawberries, all while skepticism skepticism burned in his eyes. In one wild sweep, the girls lunged at him together, squealing that the old blacksmith just doesn't know anything. Without a single pause, they all nodded in sync, locking in their decision and proving their point to the master. Kane was getting lunch ready when Sue, the tiny fox, clung to her happily, practically begging for strawberry onigiri. The razor-thin rapier's blade flashed and glittered like it had a deathlight trapped inside. A few days later, the whole company showed up at the forge. Kane had just finished her work, and the place was still buzzing. The girl spun toward them, her nose smeared with soot like it was a total accident, only this time it was hilarious. The horned companion puffed out her chest and bragged that she'd forged Kane's sword nearly all by herself. The man leaned in, questioning with doubt whether she truly pulled it off on her own, without anyone stepping in to help. He twirled the rapier in his hands and laughed, admitting, not bad for a beginner, even if the forge had a big hand in it. But one question wouldn't let him rest. Why a rapier? Kane flashed an awkward smile and confessed that this image just popped into her head out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. The man's grin vanished, his face hardened, and he challenged her to a duel. He didn't hold back. He squared up to her and dared her to a strength contest. Kane froze. Her grip snapped tighter on the weapon as Sue and her horned friend just stared at them, frozen in pure shock. Their shared, stunned gasp ripped the silence wide open. The girl could barely swallow her shock at his plan to fight the master, but she shut the conversation down fast. They burst into the yard and just stood there, frozen in front of each other, while everyone else hovered back, staring like they couldn't blink. He stared down at the blade, convinced it was just a boring, everyday weapons check. She flashed a crooked smile and confessed, flat out, that stuff like that just wasn't her kind of thing. He was totally stunned, because he couldn't figure out why she'd ever agreed to this fight in the first place. The girl snapped into silence, drowning in her own thoughts. His expression snapped serious the moment it happened. He snapped that he wouldn't hand the sword over for nothing, because this blade already had a one-of-a-kind engraving etched into it. She let out a soft laugh and pressed him. What was he going to demand if he actually won? With a bright grin, the man threw his arms wide and made the couple an offer. If I lose, I'll turn you into lavish golden sheaths. Her face snapped into tense focus in an instant. Tell me the truth, he demanded, voice iron solid. He gripped the handle and said he wanted every last truth. No sugarcoating, no lies. Instead of giving an answer, the girl drew her rapier with a chilling snap, and her eyes sank into a dark, suffocating shadow. He clenched his katana tighter and tighter, trying to finally crack what she'd been desperately hiding from him all along. Steel screamed as the blades collided. She surged forward without backing down, and he fought to survive, even taunting her into exposing the crack in her fighting. Shut up, she blurted out, voice cracking with pure desperation. Steel screamed as the blades slammed together at full speed again. She stuffed all her rage into that throw, surged forward, and screamed, "None of your business." A blinding flash tore through the air, and her rapier exploded into pieces from the sheer force of that strike. He calmly tightened the blade, eyes locked in as he muttered, "Her weapon is gorgeous, but the craftsmanship is too rough." She froze in stunned disbelief, clutching that pitiful stump like it had just crushed her world. As soon as he spoke, the broken blade dropped into the grass, because iron forged with a soul doesn't snap that easily. He ended her with cold, airtight facts, calling out the obvious rush in how she sharpened and extracted the metal. Then the man squinted hard at Kane and fired off a straight-up question. Where was she rushing off to? No victory shone in his eyes, just real excitement and a soft please that hit like a promise. The girl said nothing, gripping her skirt so hard in her fist that her knuckles went white. Tears blasted down her cheeks as Kane begged the master for help, because this time it was all about her mentor Belphivia. In the pitch-black dark, the final terrifying truth hit like ice. Every single bit of this was done by demons. Kane's rage erupted when she heard the king flat-out refuse to save the legendary swordswoman Belphivia, and she demanded answers on the spot. She couldn't wrap her head around it, sending a warrior to die just because she didn't have the loud title of hero. When Kane stepped forward to help, the advisor snapped back, warning her about the empty treasury and the borders begging for demons. The sly official cut her down with a brutal argument about new, pointless sacrifices, and the poor girl could only clench her fists in helpless rage. The king's reply landed like a slap. He didn't grant her permission at all. He yanked the stun stunned heroine and shipped her off on vacation by force. With that sweet, sly smile, the cunning advisor snapped up all her weapons and armor, so she couldn't even think about charging into battle alone. Beyond the horizon, jagged, snowy mountains clawed up into the cold sky. Now Kane, tucked under a plain cloak, slipped through the forest with her companion, still insisting she'd never meant to drag him into this mission in the first place. She was terrified she'd shatter his peaceful life, until she saw that guy going toe-to-toe with a monster in a brutal fight, and her mind was instantly made up. A clenched fist in that leather glove tightened at every cracking sound, pure terror of the unknown fighting tooth and nail with raw determination. She froze, trembling, stared into her companion's eyes, and begged him one final time to just go home. He just flashed a calm, chilling smile. In his mind, Belphevia's warm elf smile flashed back because she'd been the first to spot the real warrior in him, and he couldn't possibly turn his back on her now. Hand in hand, they pushed to the forest's edge and stepped into that unsettling thicket, because right here was where the demon's domain began. Kane jabbed a finger forward. Right beneath these trees lay massive mithril deposits, the very reason that brutal battle had exploded here just 2 weeks earlier. Broken weapons littered the battlefield, and even with Kane and Bel fighting beside them, this war still slipped out of their hands. The dark-haired girl just let out a bitter little smile, because the moment she got shipped off on vacation, they'd already taken everything from her. They strolled down the forest path when Henji abruptly snapped his focus to her gear. He leaned in, squinting like crazy, trying to figure out if she actually liked her new look. The moment she heard it, her face burst into a blazing red blush. Her fingers fumbled and crumpled the hem of the short skirt Cruel had given her. Henji yanked out his katana, then thrust it into her hands. No doubts, just full trust that her skill would handle the fight. Then his expression snapped into seriousness. Time to move now, because the worry for Miss Bell was swelling fast. He shot back a confident grin and announced, like it was nothing, "I've got a secret weapon." Their partners snapped their eyes wide in shock. Outside the window, heavy rain battered the glass like a solid wall, pounding the night non-stop. The horned girl stood there, utterly frozen, staring through the glass like the world had stopped. With a trembling breath, she whispered a desperate plea into the void, begging Henji to come back alive. In his head, their last fight kept replaying. He wouldn't bring her into battle, handed the defense to Sue, and trusted her to carry the weight with pure strength. Henji snagged her at the doorway, cutting her off with a hard command to stay home, and the girl fumed, swearing she could handle anything, until Henji calmly told her, "That's exactly why I'm trusting you to protect Sue." His hand gently settled on her head, like he was trying to calm the storm inside her. She folded her arms tight over her chest, gritting her teeth as she reluctantly gave in to the order. The tiny fox curled up behind her and hugged tight, whispering that everything was going to be okay. The girl let out a soft breath of agreement, comforted by the certainty that Henji would come back for sure. In the pitch-black forest, Kane snapped into action and yanked the man down hard to the ground. "Lie down, now," she rasped, terrified, like the words burned her throat. Henji blinked, totally baffled. The whole earth lurched with a heavy, dull thud that shook everything. A giant clawed foot slammed down onto the path like it owned the whole world. Out of the tangled thicket burst two massive horned demons, torches blazing in their hands. Cold sweat drenched Henji as the danger hit him, but before he could react, his courage cratered for a totally different reason. Kane kept her gaze locked on the enemies and hissed a warning because they could hear everything. And then he awkwardly blurted out that she'd leaned in too close, right as the girl's cheeks flared red in an instant. The girl snapped her hand over his mouth, and from the black ahead, horned figures surged out, torches blazing in their wake. A whole squad of demons trudged through the forest, faces set in grim silence as they marched like a nightmare coming to life. The boy's face drained of color, and panic hit him. Were they really out here hunting Belf? Kane panicked, yanked at her own hair, and couldn't comprehend how an enemy army could have burst into this dead quiet place. Right in the heart of the colony, two massive men heaved a wooden palanquin on their shoulders, marching like living pillars of power. One guard's grin split his face as he leaned in, chuckling that she was lucky since she was headed straight to the master himself. Another gave a sharp nod, because for a woman destined to die out there, in the dirt and disgrace, this kind of honor somehow still feels huge. A cool breeze shoved aside the stretcher curtain, and the boy froze froze in stunned silence, staring at that crisp white kimono. Kanae jolted in shock, clamping her lips shut like she almost blurted out, "Teacher." A tense procession inched forward, rigidly steering that frightened figure along like they owned the path. Suddenly, one of the guards snapped around and roared at them, his anger blazing straight in their faces. The boy finally locked eyes with the face riding in the palanquin, and ice-cold fear slammed into him. It was Belf. In a blink, a colossal wall of muscle rose above their hiding spot like a living fortress. The young man nervously leaned in and whispered to Kanae that no one had noticed them yet. Then the giant slammed that hope flat the second the words left his mouth. Panic slammed into Henji's chest. If they get caught, they're finished. Her face vanished into the dark shadows. Behind him, a monster towered like a nightmare. So Henji bolted forward, shrieking, desperate to get away. Suddenly, the ground betrayed him, and he rocketed into the air, screaming like his life depended on it. The girl wrapped them in a surge of magic and barked, "Clench your teeth. Don't bite your tongues while we're flying." Henji froze, then blinked, totally stunned, way past the forest. Two blazing pillars of light slammed into the plain. Then they ripped themselves free from the trap. While she was still recovering, the girl sank into a low bow and thanked him for helping her along the way. He just let out a relieved smile, because they were even now, and without her stepping in, the demons would have ripped them to shreds. She stared at her own hands, stunned all over again by the kind of power that doesn't show itself, her Windkeeper skill. Henji jolted with nerves and begged them to warn her about flights like that way ahead from now on. In that quiet field, horrifying palace rumors about man-eating demons came crashing back into his mind. The girl snapped still, fear hitting her like lightning when the realization finally landed. So why did her teacher show up in a place this dangerous in the first place? A jagged, blood-dark blade flickered with the faintest glint, swallowed almost instantly by the shadows. The figure in the white kimono, blindfolded and stone-still, solemnly declared that the greatest honor is to die out in the field. The girl bolted up to Henji, gasping for air, begging him to hit the road right now. Panic slammed through him as the horrifying truth hit. Wait, was someone being set up as a sacrifice? He snapped his arm forward. After all this time, the destination of their journey finally locked in. Way up in the snowy peaks, a lonely castle clung to the mountainside, glowing beneath thick, blinding beams of light that rained down from the heavens. Henji's cloak snapped and fluttered as a hulking horned demon, spear rising from the back, loomed ahead. The heroes tore out of hiding and sprinted down the empty corridor at full throttle. The girl yanked her sword from its sheath and sprinted up the stairs right behind her partner. They froze in front of that towering cathedral, staring up at the colossal heights like it was about to swallow the sky. At that moment, the prisoner in the white kimono sat alone by the window, gripping the silence as he waited for his fate to finally land. Henji and his partner stepped beneath those towering vaults, and he quietly jabbed a finger ahead, pointing the way forward. In the next halls over, the horned beasts tore into the meat with savage hunger, then chugged the drinks straight from metal mugs like they couldn't get enough. Every single floor of the building was packed with demons stuffing their faces like it was a feast meant to never end. Belf let out a shaky, heavy breath, like the tension was crushing him. A silhouette she'd seen 100 times flashed in her mind, and she whispered, almost in disbelief, how did it all end up like this? The dead quiet shattered as footsteps pounded in and a man's voice called out, "Teacher." Her whole body went numb with shock the moment she saw Henji and Kanae standing right in front of her. The man flashed a warm smile and said straight up, "We're here to rescue her." The elf snapped at them for their reckless stunt, reminding them they'd slipped straight into demon territory. Kanaya didn't waste a second. She wrapped herself around his neck like she meant it. Henji watched in silence. Through tears, the student begged her mentor, promising anything, just don't leave me again. Belf leaned in close and whispered her name like it burned with emotion. She clutched the girl to her chest and thanked Henji for taking the risk. Then the man admitted he still had a ton to learn from her. The danger was closing in, so the trio sprinted straight for the exit without wasting a second. The satellite confessed it was feeling what Kanae feels, and it lit up with gratitude, thanking Henji for making it happen for all of them. Everyone snapped in agreement. Get out of here, right now, before we turn into the next victims. She turned ghost pale and swallowed hard, nerves firing the second she heard about another victim. In the blink of an eye, the floor rumbled under thunderous footfalls. Then a massive horned demon in a tuxedo stepped out of the darkness. The moment it hit, a heavy shadow swallowed the entire space around him. The estate's master puffed his chest with pure contempt and spat out, "Little people," like they were beneath him. He rasped it out, instantly hit with the sickening stench of them. Those massive claws clicked, and the monster surged forward with pure, bone-chilling menace. Rage surged into his eyes, burning hot and unforgiving. The demon leaned in, glaring, and demanded to know why they were breaking in here. "You don't just barge into his estate, you stay out unless he invites you." The young man in the cloak jerked back with a horrified gasp, drenched in icy sweat, just as a demon manifested right in front of them. A towering horned giant in a business suit loomed right over him, poised to rip that insolent fool to shreds. The air was roaring with tension, like the whole world was holding its breath. In the suffocating dark, two pale eyes snapped open like a predator's, sharp, ruthless, and hunting. The giant bellowed, vowing he'd never allow dirty human feet anywhere on his land. His massive fist tore through the air, slicing it clean with a sharp whistle. With a single devastating odor, the stone floor exploded into fragments, ripping open a massive crater. That insane shockwave ripped through the room's remains, blasting the two girls so hard they nearly got knocked clean off their feet. Kane snapped her hand to her katana, then barked at the elf to back off, right now. The boy froze in shock, crouched behind cover as flying rubble shredded the air. He couldn't even process what he was seeing, because the destruction was unreal. The demon snarled like thunder, swearing he'd never, ever forgive him. At that exact moment, the young man spotted a fresh threat, panicked, and screamed at the girls to keep their backs covered. Kane shoved her partner hard aside. Then, with a deafening roar, a stone block smashed down from the ceiling onto where they'd been. Henji's voice cracked as she called out to the battered figure huddled among scattered stones. The elf girl could barely stay upright, but she insisted she was totally fine. Right behind the young man, a giant beast man in a white tuxedo slammed down with a deafening crash. With wounds tearing her apart, injured Kane begged the boy to ditch her and run for the teacher right now. Henji was swallowed by the horned giant's looming shadow, and still he refused to back down. He swore, with ironclad certainty, that he'd protect them no matter what. The elf girl whipped her arms back and forth, pleading with everyone to calm down, because this was a brutal misunderstanding and nothing more. Kane's scream tore through the air with pure alarm. The elf girl didn't see it coming. One wave of heat hit her from the knight's words, and her cheeks flared red instantly. Kane smiled warmly and handed him their lives without a second thought, even though Hengi was drowning in doubt. His fingers dug into the handles so hard they snapped with a sharp crack. The katana shot out of its scabbard with a razor-sharp clang that rang through the air. The boy didn't blink once at the enemy, and he fired off one request. "Girls, trust me." The monster swaggered in and ordered the man to get out and hand Belfavia over, and right then Henji snapped, "Not a chance. Then die here, hero." The words boomed through the silent air, right over that bloodied blade. Henji clenched the katana tighter and slashed through the blade that would have wiped out both Belf and Kanai. He boldly ripped the truth from his mouth and declared his name without even flinching. A sinister eye flickered to life in the darkness, gleaming like it knew your secrets. The horned giant in a white suit strode in and introduced himself as Albic, the boss of this whole estate. The demon flashed a wicked grin and swore an oath in his own name. They struck a brutal bargain. Hendi's win would snatch the girl out of danger, but if he lost, his defeat would be the price to pay for wrecking the ritual. Albic casually flung his massive cleaver up onto his shoulder like it weighed nothing. Henzi's eyes snapped wide open in an instant. He barely got his feet planted on the stone in time. The estate's master surged forward with a brutal shove, and the floor exploded into shattered rubble. Steel screamed as the blades collided. Henji's sword caught the hit, but the crushing force nearly knocked him clean off his feet. Albic erupted into wild laughter, swearing he'd push his endurance to the absolute breaking point. And right then, he tore across the battlefield and unleashed a brutal new sweep attack on the hero. The demon pounded Henge with a brutal barrage of punches, snarling that the gap in strength was humiliating, yet Kane stayed cool, telling the teacher they were right on schedule. She never tore tore her gaze from the arena. She could see his plan coming like lightning again. He was baiting the enemy into the same kind of strike they'd seen in their last fight. Instead, the elf watched the boy under that crushing pressure and knew he'd crack. With a shaking voice, she anxiously blurted the student's name. Meanwhile, the horned giant hoisted his colossal weapon over his head, savoring how ridiculously magnificent the enemy's blade looked, while sneering that the warrior behind it was nothing. Henji stood stone still, bracing for the strike, while Kane burned one thought into her head. He was made to fit this weapon. The demon blasted forward with a ferocious roar, taunting the opponent for being brand new. The young man snapped backward in a blur, skidding across the ruined ground as sparks flew from his feet, then twisting away just in time to dodge the straight hit. Suddenly, a sword ripped through the air with a sharp whistle, and Henji froze, staring at his now empty hand in pure shock. "Kenji!" Kane tore into the room with a panicked scream. The elf girl froze in full panic. The hut's demon grinned like he'd already won, but a tiny smirk flickered on the young man's face, and before the demon could blink, his hand flashed into a lightning-fast strike. The crowd went dead silent in total confusion, and that giant's triumphant grin vanished on the spot, snapped into pure, stunned disbelief. Henji's hand smoothly slid the weapon back into its sheath, like nothing in the world could shake him. The horned one stood there, completely frozen in stunned shock. The boy bolted so fast that the ground split under his feet. He didn't reach for a sword. He snatched a plain old kitchen knife. The young man calmly revealed his secret weapon, like it was the ace up his sleeve. The demon snapped still in shock, and the girl behind it instantly recognized Master Henji's unmistakable style. That blade flashed so bright it almost blinded him. Turns out this ordinary tool was actually a deadly S-rank artifact. The defeated one planted his hands on his elven bride's shoulders, then slid into submission and offered her up as a trophy. The young man didn't get the signal at all, so he yanked his knife up fast and snapped into guard, bracing for the next hit. But the opponent shut his eyes tight, and just like that he threw in the towel. The hero stood there, completely stunned, like his brain had just hit a brick wall. The locals took his duel challenge and twisted it into a full-blown battle for the elf maiden's hand, so the brand new groom nearly choked on his own breath. Henji was so stunned by her question, did he start this duel to win her hand, that he stumbled off balance, and the thought of marriage totally wrecked his focus. The elf snapped her eyes open, still tangled in the aftershock of a bloody fight. Then her breath died when she saw someone by the bed, and it wasn't from her squad, it was a massive horned demon. The giant warned the wounded to hold still, then brushed off the whole thing with one calm truth: demons bow to real, unshakable strength. He saw it with his own eyes. She was throwing herself in front of the cowardly allies, covering their backs like her life depended on it. So right here inside these walls, she's safe and nobody's going to hurt her. At the door, he snapped over his shoulder that she could stay right there until she was fully recovered. Later, already seated at the lavish table, the elf finally spoke the truth. Albic's help was the only reason she hadn't died in that forest. The moment she spoke, her student's face went white. He couldn't forget the time he'd leveled his sword at the rescuer. His dark-haired partner grimaced like it hurt down to the bone. That fresh line about the demon of mischief got cut off, right out of nowhere, without a single knife. They both finally snapped to the truth. This monster didn't just threaten them, it ripped their teacher right out of another world. The students shot out of their seats and bowed in panic, but Albic just waved them off like their apology didn't even matter. Suddenly, the girl flushed like a furnace and blurted out of nowhere, a question about marriage, and her mentor just gave a cold sip from her glass and snapped. Of course not. She's totally lost, staring in confusion like, wait, why am I even supposed to say yes to this wedding? The demon flashed a monstrous grin and bragged that this duel only had one outcome. Belphevia walked out the winner. Albic, the giant demon, just smirked, savoring the memory of that long-lost battle. Fresh out of recovery, Belf lunged straight into a duel with Albic, and that giant, breathed in demonic menace, almost trapped her. But then, one perfect hit, everything flipped, and the elf girl claimed the win. Seated at the festive table, the demon finally let his guard down and admitted straight-faced that he'd never run into anyone stronger than himself. The wine dribbled into the glass as Belf bored her with a plain retelling. Right after the fight, Albic marched in and demanded his claim over her. Ancient law laws rule everything. When the strongest man rises, he's forced to serve as the companion of a woman even stronger than him. Shock hit him like a truck. So the horned man was really about to marry him right now? Albik tossed him a playful wink. The young man flailed his hands in sheer panic, like he didn't know where to go or what to do next. A thunderous bang ripped the air, smoke billowed, and out stepped a voluptuous demoness where a warrior should have been, smiling calmly as she declared that gender simply didn't exist for her kind. She leaned in with a soft smile, told the embarrassed boy, and made it clear demons don't start the violence humans do. He nervously cleared his throat, tried to bury the blush crawling up his face, and demanded to know the real reason for this brutal, never-ending war. His companion swallowed hard and blurted, "Wait, do demons really not hate humans for pulling something this aggressive?" Their response crushed the kingdom's savage tribe lie so hard that everyone finally saw the truth. Those people never even dreamed of grabbing foreign lands. Albik calmly fixed his collar. This heat was brutal enough that even human lands weren't needed, not even if they were free. That demon in the tight suit sneered that today's people are too soft to handle a real fight, then bragged that the Demon King himself gave them the green light for this war. Across from him, the young man furrowed his brow, blinking hard in confusion, while his companion stayed cool and calmly sipped from her goblet. The horned one clenched his fist so hard it almost hurt, because usually they stay out of other people's fights, but war flips every rule. The boy flashed a shaky smile at Kane, fearing their negotiations had crashed hard, while the girl cringed and admitted they weren't being taken seriously at all. He cut right through the giant's monologue with a calm bow and asked, politely but firmly, if he could help. With his head dipped to the table, the young man thanked the person who'd just explained everything. With a guilty grin, he finally confessed that the mistake was his. The demon in the hut flashed a wicked grin and teased him for being too modest, then made it crystal clear who really came out on top. She guzzled the wine like she couldn't get enough, and right then it clicked. She wasn't human at all. She was a dark elf. The horned guest had braced for betrayal, but this time, that pure heart left him stunned. In the young man's mind, a single memory cut through everything, an insanely sharp blade that screamed battle way louder than cooking. Right in the middle of negotiations, the demon snapped, demanding, without a single condition, that the knife in question be handed over. The guy warned him that one copy wouldn't cut it, but the horned one shot his palm up with ruthless confidence, silencing him mid-sentence. "How much?" The young guy shot up in pure shock, slamming his palm hard on the table like it owed him answers. Staring him dead in the face, the demon demanded 500 pieces on the spot. The boy straight up confronted the horned leader, asking if he truly meant to trade with them, even after everything that happened with those people before. The demon grimly sealed it with a deadly confirmation. He lifted the sword, and a dark aura poured out of it, because his people knew nothing about forging, so their weapons were nothing but magical illusions. A massive finger jabbed toward the young man. Out of everyone, they just had to bet on him. Starting next year, the king's decree shuts it all down. Any trade with humanity is banned completely. Zdorovany beamed warmly and admitted the truth. At the end of the day, he just wants his subordinates to be happy. That was the only thing he lived for. He leaned in, voice tight, and demanded to know if the young man accepted the terms. The boy's head spun. Why would monsters that strong panic and need his knives right now? Turns out the answer was hilarious. Those muscular demons didn't have a single blade to slice the meat for the drinks. Once the young man finally got it, his rage cooled. Then he leaned in and proposed they start by forging 50 blades. The tension finally broke, and the pressure let go. The boy beamed from the heart and said he'd be more than thrilled to team up for this collaboration. "Are you on board?" The demon blurted, relief crashing over him as he snapped into a massive, fang-filled grin. They sealed the deal with a hard, unbreakable handshake. He'd help the forge, and in return the forge would stand guard and protect them. Cold, snowy peaks blasted up over the horizon like a silent wall of winter doom. Henji stormed into the clearing, closing in on the elf and her companion. Kane's voice cracked as she awkwardly begged the teacher to stop looking at her like that. The warrior thanked the man and her student for backing her up, then declared, "All right, time to head back to the capital." Henji flashed a warm smile and admitted it was their shared victory. Kane dropped into a deep bow. bow, thanking him with all her heart for saving the mentor. Suddenly, the girl jolted as the elf's suspicious, way too watchful eyes pinned her in place. The teacher clocked the student's sudden shyness with a sly little glance, and it left him completely baffled. Without a single excuse, Kane suddenly snatched Henji with both hands. She boldly called him her senpai on the spot, and it left him completely stunned. But the elf burst in right away, shoving hard against his shoulder and demanding her rights from that guy. The air between the rivals practically zapped with tension, while the real cause of the clash quietly sweated in the background, knowing it was right in the spotlight. The elf smirked and flat out announced they'd already agreed to be a couple, and they weren't about to back down, not even an inch. Rage hit the brunette like a lightning bolt. She wouldn't accept that Henji had truly agreed to this relationship on his own. Two girls swarmed him instantly from both sides, yelling their own accusations like he'd betrayed them personally. That kid shoved through the crowd, drenched in nervous sweat, begging them to calm down before everything exploded. The elf smirked like he owned the room, then shut down the whole argument with a single stop. The brunette shot a sly squint at him and offered him the choice so he could decide for himself. But instead of answering, Henji suddenly bolted away, and those confused ladies were left sputtering in a cloud of dust. He bolted off at full speed, vanishing into the distance. The ground under my feet kept shimmering like it was alive. The boy finally exhaled, and you could tell he was thrilled. He dodged that awkward conversation with real finesse. Suddenly, a giant dragon's shadow swallowed the sky, and Cruel swooped down from above, grinning as he cried out in pure joy. The girl wrapped him in a crushing hug, and it knocked the breath clean out of him. She tilted her face up, cheeks blazing with pure joy. Cruel slammed against his chest, choking back tears of pure happiness because he'd made it home safe and sound. Henji beamed, shut his eyes, and pulled her into a tender hug. Astonishment froze him dead in his tracks as the girls clung tightly to his chest. He wrapped them snugly in a cloak, then let out a quiet exhale. Finally, home. Outside the window, a bright, sunny morning blooms in peace, like the world just exhaled. Yawning as he trudged along, he mumbled to himself, baffled at why Cruel had dragged herself to work this early. Suddenly, a thunderous clanging of metal snapped his eyes wide open. He jolted in bed, stretching as a baffling noise crept through the room, leaving him utterly confused. He barely got out a shocked gasp when a foreign voice chirped that the stove was blazing and the blades were ready. Kane planted herself in the doorway, gripped a heavy hammer, and boldly announced, "Now I'm going to be your student." The girl flashed a warm smile and said she'd left the hero's road behind forever, then asked to be taken care of. Kane finally slips into the team and joins the crew for real. While they were stuck handling chores at home, trouble was quietly bubbling up in the capital, waiting to explode. The king was barking orders at his subordinates, not realizing the kingdom would crumble if the heroine ever vanished. Outside Henji's city walls, the girls swung their tools with wild energy, racing to build a brand new room for their neighbor. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes, wiped his forehead, and exhaled through clenched nerves. Yeah, things are really bad. A brand new wooden extension was already shooting up right beside them. The friends snapped into alert mode and, in perfect sync, demanded what went wrong. Henji glanced aside fast, then tried to shrug it off like it didn't even matter. But the girls didn't let up. They surged around him and packed the corridor with a tight, unbreakable circle. With a shaky, embarrassed grin, he admitted he'd just run out of tamahagane. Cruel sucked in a terrified breath, convinced the boy was about to snap, complaining about how awful her food tasted. Henji leaned in, scratching his head as he told the puzzled girls, "This is special metal. Kitchen knives are forged from it. This ore is way tougher than normal iron and barely has any impurities at all." As the sparking, brutal hammer slammed into the red-hot metal, Cruel let out a cruel grin, because in their world, this fancy blacksmith magic was called alchemy. The blacksmith was absolutely convinced that some long-lost hero from the past dropped that jaw-dropping Japanese smelting method into this world. That brunette was honestly totally lost. She had no clue what on earth was wrong. The blade flashed with icy promise, destined to forge a top-tier S-rank knife. The man flashed his blade and said the giant Albic demanded the exact same one. He gently patted the horned girl's head, making sure she knew the giant wasn't scary at all. The master pushed himself to nail the order flawlessly, desperate to make up for everything he'd been through with Albic. The blonde blinked hard, stunned. Then it hit her again, that name. She gulped, then cautiously asked the legendary steel if it really glows like copper. The blacksmith let out a heavy sigh. There was no way to get this metal anywhere except his own forge. But before the panic could bite, he snapped up the perfect solution and beamed, then called the girls over to his treasure chest. The Trinity slammed to a stop right on the threshold. The girl flashed a mischievous grin, like she was about to pull off the next big prank. Seeing that sly little smile, he leaned in and demanded to know what trouble she was cooking. The girl gave a sneaky nod, like she was totally holding back a thought. A colossal dragon tore across the sky above the forests, and Henji grinned as he told the girls, "Don't go catching flies with your mouths." The young man grinned and repeated his warning, like he was enjoying every second of it. The dark-haired girl clutched the fox to her chest, squealing at the sky like it was her first miracle as she finally took flight. Ahead, a brutal mountain reared up, and in its shadowy side yawned a dark cave like a monster's mouth. Meanwhile, the dragon fumed with jealous envy, swearing it would have flown here solo from Henge in a heartbeat. The fox just shrugged off those lectures about team discipline. Cruel nodded toward the front. There was only a tiny bit left to plunder in the treasury. As soon as they touched down, the whole quartet snapped to a stop, staring in awe at the giant dungeon entrance. They inched into the damp, pitch-black tunnels, every step tense as a heartbeat. The dragoness, trapped in a human body, breathed raw magic and sparked a torch to life. Under flickering light, the squad inched deeper into the rocky dark. The dark-haired woman's voice shook as she warned about traps, and Henji stayed icy calm, nodding along like he already had a plan. Hearing that, the fox froze, eyes wide with pure shock. Kane shot a warning with shaking nerves. Those caves are usually packed with traps. The torch sliced through the cave's darkness as echoing footsteps hammered through the air. The girl strode forward with unshakable confidence. The young man glanced around, and with a grin, he knew this was the perfect spot for the treasure. He leaned in and said, "It's all about that smell." With a bright smile, she claimed the dragon's aura drives everyone away from that cave, but her companion was only sitting there, mentally screaming at the reckless move. The dark-haired companion shot back, dead serious. There weren't even a single mouse here. Darkness swallowed everything ahead, just a stone tunnel waiting in the shadows. Suddenly, the young man's face flared red, and he clapped a hand over his mouth, hiding his eyes from the dragoness as she spun around and caught him dead in his embarrassing thoughts. The footsteps vanished right on the spot. They stopped dead. He was staring, stunned by the total emptiness, no living souls anywhere, when someone yanked him back with a sudden call. Straight ahead, a monstrous mountain of gold erupted from the horizon. Golden chests stacked high, overflowing with precious stones. The dark-haired girl's mouth watered as her mind traded all of this for a shot at luxury, while the boy only gave an awkward little smile. Turns out the treasures were way too easy. While the dragoness dozed peacefully outside, people hauled her gold over like it was trade currency, begging for blessings in return. She took one quiet look at all that wealth, then told the stunned young man the truth. Most of these mountains of treasure weren't magical at all, just offerings people handed over. Staring at the confused horned girl, he shook his head and thought, "There's no way she's a deity." Kane leaned in, eyeing the offering with curious wonder, while Sue, practically vibrating with joy, twirled a gleaming stone in her hands. The man flashed a warm smile and admitted, like it was the biggest truth of all, that everyone really treats her like a living sanctuary. He stared at the endless mountains of weapons and gold, piled so high they looked unreal. In this world, dragons aren't just animals, they're majestic, almost godlike beings. Kane snatched a black parrot mask out of the treasure pile, completely brushing off the warning to be more careful. The man jolted hard, tension snapping through him the moment that strange sound hit his ears. Kane's voice shot straight out into the room, loud and undeniable. A sudden, unexpected shout shattered the cave's silence. In the girl's trembling hands, the mask blared, "I love you," and with a terrified shriek, she flung the cursed thing straight onto the ground. Kane crumpled her burning face into her hands, while the other girls leaned in with sly grins, trading every last rumor they'd heard. That mask kept shrieking confessions right out of the ground, and it totally rattled the man off his feet. Her horned companion couldn't resist poking fun at her friend, claiming she'd staged the whole show just to slip in a secret confession. With her face burning red, Kane desperately blurted, "That's not true. Yet another blaring confession burst from the enchanted mask, and it instantly left the entire team staring in total disbelief. The cat-eared girl blurted out fast that the scream wasn't Kane's at all. It came from the black mask. Kane snapped in rage that this was exactly what she'd been trying to prove. Then, out of nowhere, the object spoke again. To shut down the bickering for good, she snapped on the assessment skill. Turns out it was totally boring. Just a magical parrot mask that only repeats whatever it hears. The horned companion shot a guilty glance and clutched a bundle of those same artifacts to her chest. She'd hauled every single piece of loot she'd found here. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, suspicious as ever. Where in the world did magical items even come from in a place like this? The moment the word deer hit his ears, his thoughts got yanked aside, and he twisted into a totally puzzled face. Kanai beamed with pure joy, silently waiting for her friends to finally agree. That girl with the weird ears leaned in, studying the strange stone figurine, and yeah, she couldn't help thinking it was kinda cute. Under the swordsman's and her horned partner's openly skeptical stares, Kane felt her strange taste burn her cheeks with pure embarrassment. Suddenly, a sharp new sound blasted through the air, and the cat girl panicked, begging the parrot mask to stop the jokes. Kane's face went pale, and she quietly protested because this time, that sound wasn't coming from there. The swordsman snapped into readiness as a creepy voice from the dark demanded the password, like it already knew his fate. Sue flashed a cheerful grin, held up a tiny stone lion statue, and swore the voice was coming right out of it. With a carefree grin, the girl effortlessly hoisted a massive boulder over her head like it weighed nothing. The man jerked his hand forward like a warning, pleading with her to be careful. An explosion ripped the air apart, and right away he slammed Sue to the ground, shielding her with his own body as everyone else got thrown away by the shockwave. The smoke hadn't even cleared, yet the girl was already coolly jabbing her finger at that hulking black cloud, swelling right in front of them. Perched on a mountain of gold, the man let out a heavy sigh and shot her a worried look. "Are you okay?" Sue's grim reply cut the air. This wasn't the issue anymore. The real problem had arrived. Right then, a colossal guardian lion spirit exploded out of the smoke. The whole space went pitch black, and tension slammed down like a hammer. Those predatory eyes snapped in close, and the beast let out a thunderous roar. "Say the password." A gigantic statue of a demonic lion erupted in blazing savage aura. 4 adventurers stopped cold, frozen in place like the world hit pause. The dark-haired warrior fidgeted, then nervously blurted out, "What's the password?" Henji stared at his horned partner, praying hope would somehow light up. She shouted with pure joy, "I know you," and the second she recognized the monster, it would have struck on the spot, no code word to hold it back. Then, out of nowhere, she scratched her head in pure panic, because the password had vanished from her mind. Henji let out a resigned breath, snatched up his weapon, and said it plain, "Only the fight is left." With a thunderous roar, the beast slammed into the pen. Then the swordswoman burst forward, met it head-on, and threw herself between it and the commander. A deafening crash rang out, like the world just slammed shut. She met the attack head-on, gripping her bare katana like a promise. Stone fangs rake across the cold steel, grinding it down with a vicious scrape. At that exact moment, the horned one lunged in and swung like a cannon, snatching the fight's momentum for himself. Her fist slammed into his stone jaw with a brutal crack. The warrior snapped his eyes wide. Right after the strike, the monster froze in total silence, like time itself got stuck. The horned girl snapped forward without hesitation. With one brutal shove from the ground, it blasted upward with a deafening explosion, rocketing into the sky. The girl crashed down hard onto the giant stone lion's back, smashing its momentum and cutting it off mid-charge. She screamed at her companions to sprint. Then, like a blazing decoy, she yanked every monster's focus onto her. As the girl clung to the beast for dear life, the man spun frantic thoughts, hunting for any way to save them. Right as the fight should have kept going, the statue suddenly blurted out a cold, mechanical verify your human request. The man clenched his teeth and refused, absolutely refused to leave his partner to her fate. The girl groaned in sheer desperation, fighting to stay standing as the crushing pressure and relentless vibration battered her. With a deafening pop, the terrifying monster snapped into a tiny decorative figurine in the blink of an eye. Wiping her sweat away, she sheepishly confessed she'd totally blanked the statue statue trick. Then her friend shot her a sharp, icy look right on the spot. He slumped there, staring at the toy like it was mocking him, still totally clueless about what the password was even for. With a defeated slump, he lowered his head and shot a glance at the girl awkwardly stuck on the ground, and honestly, it felt right out of Cruel. From far away, you could see the tiny dragon flail on the ground, fully wrecked after a botched landing. They softly ruffled her hair and told her no need to apologize because she just did great. The fox lowered its head and whispered an apology to Sue. The dragoness blushed hard, savoring that gentle pat on her head like pure victory. She shot her hands out to Henji at once, basically demanding he praise her too. The man flashed her a warm, genuine smile and thanked her from the bottom of his heart for everything she'd done. And honestly, they had every reason to celebrate. When the statue toppled, workers dug up this massive mountain of ore. Henji's mind instantly raced. Could there be Tamahagane hidden in all this insane treasure? The brunette grinned and nodded, already imagining herself forging a brand new kitchen knife from it. The girls lit up with wide, joyful smiles that practically sparkled. But Henji slammed the brakes on their wild dreams, because right after that, something else was about to land on their plate. A tense beat hung in the air. The Trinity just froze, eyes wide, totally baffled. Instead of heading to the kitchen, I got shoved into the forge, and the brutal work started at once. Sue slammed the anvil with everything she had, while Henji watched like a hawk. Meanwhile, the metal rods were already heating up in the blazing coals, ready to spring into action. Henji yanked the finished workpiece free, and the dragon girl stared, spellbound, as glowing sparks danced over the anvil. A thunderous clang erupted as the brutal heavy hammer slammed into the blazing metal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the blacksmith leaned in and asked, like he already knew, did she finally get the whole process? She blinked in confusion and asked, would it be easier to make the material more pliable? Henji broke it down. Plain casting is the easy route, but layered iron hits way harder. For simple cast iron, things go bad fast. It turns brittle before you even realize it. The dragoness cocked her head, completely baffled. Then he leaned in and said, stack the layers right, and you build a structure that can take a brutal hit and keep standing strong. And when it's forged hot enough, this metal gets pressed tight, compact, and stronger. But when he abruptly ordered the finished product to be delivered straight to her treasury, the girl froze in genuine shock. They charged toward the towering cave entrance, like danger was already waiting inside. A colossal armored gate slammed shut, packed with thousands of rivets, and the passage was sealed tight. Staring at his handiwork, Henji puffed out his chest and swore that even another dragon couldn't smash through these doors. A hard seriousness snapped onto his face, because this kind of protection is a must when someone with malicious intent might slip in here. The fox girl beamed a huge smile and thanked Henji for the breathtaking, luxurious doors. She practically lunged into his arms in pure joy. Then, the master stayed cool and reminded her, that gate isn't for show, it's there to guard the magical artifacts from outsiders. He even insisted that this barrier would stop nasty entities from accidentally waking up and causing total chaos. Henji gave a playful nod to the wall covered in whimsical bird masks, and every girl's eyes snapped straight to it. The second she reached out with trust for the wooden beak, a sinister darkness slipped out from those black eye sockets like it was waiting. The fox still had zero clue, and only in the most naive way asked what those faces were even for. Suddenly, the mask burst open with a roaring black aura, growling in a supernatural voice, "Get out!" and the girl shrieked in pure horror. Henji calmly locked in the trap, and with a dull thud, it was set. He beamed with pride at his friends, who huddled together and shook from the full blast of the shock they'd just survived. While still recovering, the fox flashed confidence and swore it would pick a password right now and never ever forget it. The master hauled out a gigantic stone lion statue and told Cruel to pick a code word, because the moment he did, it'd send the enemies running. The girls stared in pure confusion until their horned companion leaned in and pushed, "Let's make a password together." The fox flashed a warm, encouraging grin and urged her to spill her side of the story. Cruel let out a shaky sigh of relief and immediately jumped at the chance to join the request. The girls lit up with bright smiles, shouting that they love Henji. The boy blinked, totally baffled, with no clue why he was even there in the first place. His face lit up the second it happened. The little fox softly shut her eyes eyes and told her, straight from the heart, that she felt the exact same way. The horned blonde clutched her chest, and with tears in her eyes swore she'd keep these words burned into her heart for thousands of years. Unable to swallow the humiliation, Henji slammed up to the stone lion statue and begged it to stop because that password didn't even look like one. The dark-haired companion smirked and let out a sly chuckle. Yeah, those words are the real deal. The boy fidgeted and scratched the back of his head, nerves crawling up his spine. Suddenly, the stone lion flared to life, recognizing every word as a real, heartfelt confession of love. Henge's jaw hit the floor in shock as the tiny fox, grinning, kept soaring through the clouds nearby. And just like that, the other girls got flooded with embarrassment, faces burning, hands up to hide, suddenly realizing how dangerously their words had come out. Smoke curled up from a tiny workshop, and the forest rang with a steady, pounding hammer clang. The horned friend grinned and called everyone over for lunch. Inside, the blacksmith slammed the blazing blade into the water, and a savage hiss erupted like the forge was alive. He barked at the girl, yelling at her to hurry like, "Don't you dare miss the table," as she sprinted off to wash up in the river. He stood there with a grin, admiring the new blade as the dull grind of forging somehow kept lighting him up day after day, turning every moment into a fresh discovery. A monstrous order, 500 knives from Mr. Albeck slammed into his life, and he locked himself inside the forge for days. The second Henji stepped outside, Kane and Sue burst into joyful sprints straight for him. Suddenly, the man halted in his tracks and snapped his nose toward the air like he'd caught something. A sharp, terrifying stench of smoke hit the air, and it definitely wasn't coming from his stove. Kane nervously thrust an all-black charcoal disc into his hands, and right away he gasped because the ruined pizza inside was unmistakably burned to nothing. The girl choked out that her first real fire got the better of her, and the little fox softly soothed her through the sadness. Then, out of nowhere, a wild new idea struck the master's mind like lightning. Staring at the spoiled lunch, Henji's mind raced. Could he actually build a real microwave or gas stove for them and save the day? Kane dug into her memories of the capital's cooling artifacts for food, then blurted out that you could build a heater the very same way. He cut in mid-speech and fired off a question about magical tools, and Beast Woman Sue was so lost she didn't know what hit her. A huge mountain of muscle surged up behind them, and a deep, crushing bass rumbled through the air. Because to do this, you need mithril. Sue froze, mouth hanging wide in stunned disbelief. He flashed a toothy grin in a spotless, flawless white jacket. Then, bam! Those strong black horns jut out from the back of his head. Roaring with a giant, friendly laugh, he slammed his palm onto Kane's shoulder. The demon's jaw dropped when they ran into an old acquaintance. Sue shot a frightened glance and crawled under her friend's cloak as the giant awkwardly blurted out apologies for crashing in so loud. It was Lord Albeck, right there in the flesh. The ruler casually said, "This workshop's on my land," then strolled in to make sure everyone was running the work right. The craftswoman stiffened in an instant, reminding herself the order wasn't anywhere close to due yet. Kane stared in disbelief and blurted, "Wait, how in the world did the mighty lord figure out the blacksmith's craft in every detail?" Stunned, Henji blurted out again, "Wait, could Mr. Albeck actually know stuff like that too?" The master leaned in, voice sharp, and flat out told him he still had unfinished business waiting. Straight ahead, a hulking demon in a white jacket dominated the space, chest thrust out like he owned the world. That confident giant didn't just talk, he reminded everyone that his people were the ones who first forged magical weapons for the battlefield. While the guest dug for answers, the boy kept rubbing a chunk of ore between his fingers, eyes locked on it like it held secrets. The Syrian mithril looked shockingly soft at first, until the forge proved its real hardness. Right beside them, a worn-out girl fox panted hard, clinging to the doorframe like it was the last thing keeping her standing. The talk spiraled into wild, bizarre inventions, like gadgets that heated your food on the spot, or even sucked things up. The demon flashed a sly grin, instantly clocking just how powerful that idea could be. The young man calmly suggested they buy the useless mithril, then a piercing scream tore through the air out of nowhere. "A demon run!" the fox screamed, pure terror ripping through its voice. But the boy couldn't shake the weird, stiff feeling in his gut. He kept sneaking cautious looks over his shoulder at the towering giant looming behind him. The entire company suddenly tensed tensed up, itching to pounce on the unexpected guest the moment they showed up. Henji hurried over to calm her down, insisting it was still the same Mr. Albic. The huge demon fidgeted from foot to foot, completely lost on how to act in front of that terrifying dragoness. The horned giant crashed onto his knees with a violent thud, then begged the holy dragon's lady for forgiveness. The whole company just stood there, completely blown away by the sheer spectacle. The dragoness herself blinked, completely thrown off and bewildered. She tried to confess her own guilt. Then the Lord cut her off, already knowing from Henji that the holy dragon had been injured. The demon's face twisted with crushing shame at what it had done. The dragoness snapped in furious disbelief, and the little fox fidgeted, replaying that terror in his mind. The boy barked for everyone to calm down, then shoved the call to Albic, who grimly swore that the attackers really did come from his own lands. The girl blurted out, stunned, asking if there'd been some kind of mistake. Sweat poured down his burly face as the Lord finally confessed. He'd made a horrible mistake. He tore straight into his memories just days ago. Feral dragons had rained fire and scorched every city and village to the ground. Albic the mighty battled right at the edge of disaster, barely managing to pull people back from the fiery chaos. So when the desperate locals spotted another winged shadow slicing across the sky, they thrust their magical spears, no hesitation, no fear. The projectile tore straight toward the target, faster than a heartbeat. A deadly, powerful magical spear shot straight toward its mark, like it had one job, and it meant to finish it. Local residents looked up, and right out of nowhere, a bizarre flying dragon ripped across the sky. They blasted him with magic to scatter him fast. Then panic hit because it wasn't a stranger at all, it was their lady. Now this burly, horned leader dropped to his knees before Cruel and her companion, pounding out an apology after his careless strike accidentally hit the holy dragon. Her armored fist snapped shut with a bone-crunching crunch. Zdoroveni crumpled even closer to the floor, begging for forgiveness. The man gently laid a hand on Cruel's shoulder, reminding him that misunderstandings can hit anyone. If that same kind of disaster hadn't happened, they'd never have crossed paths, and the forge would have stayed empty without them ever starting work together. He casually mentioned that he'd just moved into Mr. Albic's estate like, only recently. Her fingers slid over the scar on her belly without her even meaning to. Her cheeks burned bright red. The man flashed a warm grin, holding his breath as he waited for her to confirm what he'd just said. Cruel suddenly blurted out words of gratitude, then snapped her head away and dug in, saying she was still furious about all the trouble. After that short pause, she swallowed her anger, accepted the apology, and vowed she wouldn't lift a finger to get revenge on the villagers. Then the guest, totally baffled, blurted out what kind of giant dragon had just attacked them, and it left both of them utterly speechless. The horned blonde finally confessed. Henji was the reason the master got hit with so many damn problems. She snapped into a deep, sharp bow like she meant business. Just as they started talking, a towering demon crashed the moment and demanded to know, did they really know the mighty Dragon King? Her face went chalk white as she clutched her finger to her lips, trembling in a quiet whisper about how merciless that beast really was. The giant stood there, grim and still, letting them fully grasp just how terrifyingly massive the threat really was. She snapped, full hysteria hit, and started yanking the blacksmith around, shaking him hard by the shoulders. The entire company just froze, staring at the guest like their brains couldn't process what they were seeing. The demon spoke with eerie calm and made it crystal clear his order was meant for this monster, and only this monster. Koval broke into a cold sweat the instant he heard about the magical spear. The guest insisted that only a weapon forged with anti-magic power could slice through Kudzalika's protective spell and even her scales. A metal bar shimmered gently across his broad palm. The master gasped, eyes blazing, because he instantly recognized the legendary mithril. He flailed his hands in pure panic, refusing to touch the work because he'd never forged ore like this in his entire life. He blurted out, totally stunned that he'd never touched mithril before, and demanded they give him a moment to think. The second Henji's fingers brushed the mithril. Reality flipped. This metal laughed at logic, and it wasn't even close to ordinary iron. The horned one flashed a smug grin. He'd been waiting on those exact words. The blacksmith let out a heavy sigh, and basically snapped that he couldn't just recklessly forge a magical spear when he didn't even know the material. Then the demon's mind flashed back to to the legendary henge predecessors, those unmatched masters who could forge ore like it was magic. Henji blurted out, stunned, "Wait, who are they talking about?" The guest narrowed his eyes, poked the young man with a sly jab, and basically dared him to just go straight and visit the dwarves. Dwarfs? Henji's jaw dropped so hard he froze in place. The dwarves' sudden news totally threw him off. He froze there, mouth hanging open in pure shock. Henji teamed up with the horned giant and the dragoness. Then they launched into their journey together. Suddenly, Kane's terrified scream ripped through the dead silence of the empty workshop. Sue snapped around hard. The tiny fox pouted like a storm cloud, and with a bitter little sigh, admitted she wanted to tag along with them too. Sue stood tall and proudly announced that with the owner gone, she was the one running the place. But she shot a shaky finger at the chunks of her beloved Hendy mug, insisting it shattered all on its own. The girl shot up with an excuse right away. She trembled that the smashed dishes were a bad omen, then insisted they had to chase after them immediately. Kane lit up at the idea, and the two of them slammed their fists up, ready to charge forward. The tiny fox burst out the door like it had somewhere to be right now. And just like that, she came back swinging a massive backpack. Sue shot her hands together, cheering like she'd just hit the jackpot. On the bare table, a messy, rushed note was all that was left behind. Meanwhile, Henji's covered cart crept down the mountain road, inch by inch. Inside, the dragoness gripped the cloth tight to her chest and let out a quiet, satisfied chuckle. Henji and Cruel squeezed into a rattling cart together, all awkward warmth, their bodies pressed close as the wheels hammered on. Just when it felt like they had the world to themselves, the burly demon Albix slammed into the moment, yanking the calm out from under them from the driver's seat. Henji just smiled warmly, soaking in how bright and happy that girl looked. Cruel braced through the embarrassment and marched right up anyway, then declared loud and unshakable that there were still only two of them standing here. The boy let out a heavy sigh, turned his face away, and regretted with his whole heart that this time the entire team couldn't go. Cruel immediately narrowed his eyes in disgust, openly dodging the topic like it was dangerous. She spun away with her arms crossed like it was a verdict, and Henji panicked and begged her not to take it personally. Suddenly, the girl lunged forward and blurted out, jealous as hell, asking if he'd ditch everything just to be with Kane right now. Henji was totally stunned as she kept describing how non-stop, different personalities kept circling around him like they never stopped. He blinked hard, and the whole conversation vanished from his mind. The White Wolf tribe, every other demon too. They all keep getting pulled to him like a magnet. And that's exactly why worry claws at her heart. Around the henge, the most mismatched crew you could imagine swarmed together, White Wolves tribe side by side with demons. Because of this, she admitted it plain. Anxiety wouldn't let her rest, not for a second. Cruel snapped her head around, ready to spit out whatever she was about to say. Henji blinked in confusion and demanded, "What are you talking about?" The girl inched in close and flat out told him, "You pull everyone toward you." Their cart glided down the empty road in near silence, while she kept talking to herself, chasing her thoughts forward. A suffocating silence stretched between them, tense enough to snap. Suddenly, the wheel slammed into a pothole with a brutal jolt. Cruel burst forward with a terrified gasp. Their lips finally met in a breath-stealing moment. Henji's footing vanished and he crashed down right after her. The girl ended up on the carriage floor, pinned tight as his hands squeezed her in place. Shame hit her instantly, flushing her face red, and a frantic panic began to throb inside her skull. The boy awkwardly leaned in and asked if she was okay, but all he got was a confused babble that made his heart sink. Cruel froze, then pressed her fingers to her lips, still stunned that it was truly an accident. Meanwhile, Hendy was trapped in a sweaty panic, wrestling with whether he should even dare to bring up that awkward topic. The man crushed the girl in his arms, whispering that after living for hundreds of years, he was still clueless about everything. She froze on the spot, and a scorching blush instantly erupted across her face. In the next heartbeat, they stumbled and face-planted, and he suddenly found himself sprawled right on the floor. Right then, the anxious companion yanked the curtain back and blurted, "Are you okay?" The man panicked and blurted out details about the accident, but the horned giant just offered a smooth apology, shut the curtain, and basically said, "Don't mind me, I'm not interrupting, go on." Already in motion, the coachman snapped the truth. "We're sleeping in the village tonight," while the couple back there was still reeling, barely catching their breath after that brutal embarrassment. Their cart crept over the snow, inching its way toward the mountain settlement. At the local inn, the heroes barreled up to the front desk, ready to kick off whatever came next. They rented a room inside a huge stone house. The man spun to face the wall, sank into the blanket, and let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. A full moon surged over the rooftops, lighting the whole city like it was about to explode. In that dim bedroom, a nerve-shredding silence snapped tight in the air. Her heart hammered like it was trying to escape her chest. She lay beside him, cheeks blazing with shame, while he curled up at the edge of the bed and clutched his head like the awkwardness was crushing him. That savage roar blasted through the air, and Henji flinched hard, then screamed at the top of his lungs. Behind him, the terrified horned Cruel stumbled and gasped like he'd seen a ghost. Midnight hung in the air when he heard it. Somewhere close, a blacksmith's hammer kept pounding, hammering in steady rhythm. In the dim corridor, he nearly tripped, and then spotted a girl tiptoeing like she was sneaking through a secret. Henji startled her by accident, and she toppled straight to the floor with a furious little squeal. They remembered the legends of underground demons and decided, right then, to storm the basement. The stairs groaned like they were warning him. The door didn't dump them into the dungeon, it yanked them straight onto an empty night street. Cruel couldn't hide her fear as she anxiously confessed that this village feels wildly suspicious. Henji shot back that they still had Albik as an ally, but even he couldn't hide the nerves he was trying to bury. Soon, they stumbled into a pitch-black abyss, swallowed by the tangled grass. The girl snapped the lantern out in a blink. From the stone bridge, they spotted a hidden entrance, right there beneath it, a grate waiting to be opened. The heroes slipped into the cave and tiptoed straight into a wall of total darkness. Henji snapped to a stop and squinted hard into the cave's pitch-black tunnel. Cruel's hands shook as he lifted the lantern, then a loud rising roar burst out of the darkness. In the pitch-black darkness ahead, a pair of ghostly eyes suddenly flickered to life. Both of them snapped still, like the world hit pause. A gaze ripped out of the darkness and scorched through him. Henji snapped his knife out in one swift motion and barked at his partner to get ready for the fight. Suddenly, fresh pairs of eyes started popping open all around the first ones. The darkness erupted with searing flashes of light. A spine-chilling rustle crawled over the ground, like something unseen was closing in. "Ex-Henge," the pale Cruel croaked it out, trembling so hard his finger jerked toward what was coming next. The lantern slipped from her grasp and smashed against the stone floor with a loud, ringing clang. In the pitch black ahead, an entire army of predatory eyes ignited and stared them down. The ground started shaking as they surged forward at breakneck speed. The devastating hit drove cracks deep into the ground like it was breaking the world in half. The dragon girl let out a wild shriek, and the man beside her went completely still, trembling with horror. From the darkness, tiny chubby knights in horned helmets burst out, blinking in shock at everyone, and right then they spotted a blinding gleam. Their eyes locked onto a knife so perfectly polished it looked almost unreal. The man crumpled to the ground and jerked his weapon away from those short freaks like they were spellbound. They surged forward and grabbed at the gleaming blade with hungry hands. From the tangled thicket, a bearded old man in a cloak stepped out, calm as a storm held back. The hero sprang up on instinct, shoved his companion behind him, and barked for him not to come closer. But the old man only grinned, laughing warmly. Borodin clocked it instantly. Both of them reeked of the forge. He stared at the weapon in pure awe, recognizing the handiwork of a real master. When the old man straight up asked if the man had forged this blade, the hero froze in confusion. How on earth did he even know? The stranger gave a respectful nod, like he was trying to earn trust before anything else. The hero still couldn't wrap his head around how they got caught by the smell, so he clenched up and demanded, through tense breath, who he was really up against. The elder stood tall and boomed, "Look, before you are the dwarves, a race that worships the earth, craves stone and lives for iron." Dwarves strutted with pride, insisting they were a people who valued the earth, the stone, and the iron above everything else. Down in the underground tunnels, those little miners kept swinging their picks non-stop, hauling out ore like their lives depended on it. In the forge, the hammer was crashing down on glowing metal, ringing the whole room with heavy, relentless blows. One of these masters was locked in a room, staring at the blacksmith's kitchen knife like it was pure magic, completely stunned, and loving every perfect inch of that blade. The man across from him just stared back, saying nothing. He fumbled through an awkward confession. He'd been quietly hiding his product's rank during sales because the edges were dangerously sharp, and that snapped the short man into fury. The beast human muttered with dread, "If you drop this blade by mistake, it'll spear the floor on impact." Then the blacksmith himself grabbed the small master's knife and froze because he instantly recognized it as an absolute, undeniable masterpiece. The dwarf dared them to prove it, then demanded they slice a perfect, regular daikon using their creation. A sly chuckle slipped out from beneath the hood because this weapon wasn't just dangerous, it was hiding something sinister. The man snatched the vegetable up with real curiosity, like it held some secret he just had to uncover. He dropped the blade, fully expecting it to slice through flesh with effortless ease. But then his face twisted into a frown because the knife jammed halfway through like it hit something solid. He let out a confused grunt, scratching his head as the blade suddenly jammed on him. The dragon girl demanded the chef put the daikon cutting stand back again. He swung like lightning, and the blade bit through the vegetable with a sharp, ripping whistle. That cut came out way too smooth, like it was unreal. That strike landed with perfect precision, so clean the two halves seemed to glow like they were newly born. Suddenly, both of them froze, eyes bulging with pure, jaw-dropping shock. The sliced daikon slipped back together like it never got cut, and that mysterious hooded dwarf shrugged and said it was nothing, just the knife's special sharpening doing its thing. Henji practically begged to be taught this secret, but the elder only shrugged like he was just as clueless, because he didn't even know how it happened himself. The gnome leaned in and bragged that he forged the blade at the perfect cutting angle, and only a real master could wield it. Only the master kept roaring in the chef's head. He froze on the spot, mind scrambling to process what he'd just heard. The old man ground his teeth and clenched his fist, snapping, "My hands still remember the craft, but my mind? It's gone cold and blank." The girl beside her tore into a vegetable and beamed as she introduced herself as the Holy Dragon Cruel. So fast, the chef stumbled in with a frantic, "I'm Henji." He whipped his eyes to the dwarf and finally asked straight up who they really were. It baffled him. How could dwarves from some far-off valley and a real dragon completely forget about these lands? The hooded guest spoke in a calm tone and said it's almost unheard of to see a person and a dragoness sitting at the same table. Henji jerked up out of nowhere, eyes wide in shock as he blurted out Kujalika's name. Outside, someone clutched their fist so hard their knuckles went white, all ears as the conversation spilled on. The guest croaked out, voice raw, that the Dragon King had torched their settlement and stolen their home. Right out of nowhere, the little one beamed and waved at someone behind him. Then Henji snapped around, stunned. A hulking horned warrior named Albik charged up to them, but the route suddenly shrank, too narrow to fit through. He grinned warmly and called the baby in the hood his old subject. Albik's eyes snapped serious in an instant. Now it all clicked, and he finally understood why they'd been brought here. He said they'd been hunting for mithril in the valley, but when the enemy struck, panic hit hard, and they bolted, leaving even their tools scattered behind. Henji stared at the pathetic handful of stones in his palm, his disappointment hitting like a punch. The baby shoved 2 tiny scraps across the table. 2 pieces were all they could save. Henji leaned in and stared at the mithril, lifting it toward the light like it might reveal a secret. Albik let out a heavy sigh, furious at the chance he just watched slip away as the big batch vanished. The giant plopped into his chair and blurted out the truth. He was done lurking in the shadows, and he wanted to crack the secret behind processing this metal that humanity has been using for wars for centuries. The hooded old man appeared out of nowhere, slid him a mysterious hint, and sized up the young guy like, "You're a real craftsman." Henji snapped his eyes open in shock. Those words about the very foundations of the craft hit him like a thunderclap, and he couldn't stop thinking. From the shadow of his hood, 2 blazing eyes snapped open, and the elder's voice cut through the air. Never forget about the base. In that instant, he flashed a warm smile and urged the boy to trust in himself. Those words yanked Henji straight back to the last crisis, when the Horned Chief dropped to his knees and begged the Holy Dragon to stop Kujalika. Then the Beastmen's leader clenched his teeth in pure desperation, refusing to accept the dwarves' suffering or what it meant for his own people. The young man knew Cruel couldn't survive something that brutal, and in panic he even daydreamed about a real rocket. Then, out of nowhere, he suddenly froze. The thought hit him like a lightning bolt. He flinched hard, rubbed the back of his neck with shaky nerves, and loudly argued that charging that magical monster was pure madness. Cruel snapped his name with real concern in their voice. The boy shoved every thought aside, whipped around to the elder, and sputtered words, barely surviving the shock of what he just realized. He asked about those legendary dwarves who can burrow into the earth, and the elder's chest swelled as he proudly declared they were utterly one with the ground. Henji's confident grin spread wide, and he demanded to be let into the forge right now. The little bearded, hooded creature just stared in total confusion, completely unable to figure out what anyone was trying to do. Henji didn't waste a second on speeches. He threw his point straight into action. With a quick, sharp rustle, he tossed a fresh sheet of drafting parchment onto the table. The pen ripped across the paper, leaving fresh ink like a spark. The demon muttered, stunned to find the boy had been working on it non-stop since yesterday. The horned blonde leaned in and whispered that he was cooking up an all-new scheme. They stayed frozen in place, silent as statues, staring at his tense back like they couldn't breathe. The girl smiled so gently that Henji almost forgot he was hungry. The kid expertly sketched every line himself, because he designed the local forge with his own hands. The girl's face flushed like fire as she frantically waved her hands, but the big guy just gave a smug, mocking nod as if he was totally on board. He was genuinely blown away by that total, laser-focused concentration. The blonde let out a dreamy sigh, totally hooked on the laser-focused Henji. The demon shot a sly squint and, like it was nothing, dropped the bomb that two girls had just been literally hanging on the boy's neck. Her eyes narrowed like a blade, and the air turned ice cold with deadly jealousy as she hissed. What were they doing? A girl's cheeks flared red with curiosity, and she demanded details loudly, like she couldn't wait another second. Zdorovany tried to slip away for sleep, but she latched onto his jacket with a death grip. Henji put the pen down, dragged his hand over his scruffy chin, and let out a satisfied sigh. Everything was finally in place. Silence crashed over the reed hut like a blanket, smothering every sound. Inside, the guy was furiously summoning something from a massive drawing, while the company stood frozen behind him, staring in eerie silence. Every single person froze in place, staring like the sketch had cast a spell on them. When the girl couldn't hold it in and blurted out for the result, Henji whipped around and flashed her a smile. He snapped the scroll open, stared straight ahead, and announced he'd cooked up a deadly weapon plan to strike the Dragon King. A little spirit in a white hood leaned in and softly asked, "So what do we do next?" The news lit up the girl's face, but the big guy just froze, staring at the paper in total shock. Henji dropped into a respectful bow to the little one, grabbed the toughest piece of the mechanism, then pleaded for magic power to make it work. The weapon demands were so wild that even the palace blacksmiths would have shattered their teeth on the grind, so everyone had to cling to one last hope, the dwarves' skill. Suddenly the walls rattled, bam, with a battle cry. A short guy in heavy armor smashed into the room, and the boy shot back in pure fear. Henji blinked, stunned by the sudden guest's bold words, "You all underestimate us too much." The old man in the robe snapped his stick and roared for help, while the boy behind him yanked the drawings open. A roar of dwarven-clad fighters surged ahead, armor clanking as they screamed for blood and obeyed the order. They instantly piled close and buzzed, trading ideas about every sharp bend and how solid each part had to be. "Done," one of the craftsmen said, like it was no big deal at all. The boy froze in total shock. That thunderous rumble hit the air, and every single person in the room snapped, still, like their bodies couldn't move. Right in front of them, a massive, perfectly crafted ballista loomed like it could tear the sky apart. He stared at her like she'd broken reality, still unable to wrap his head around how that machine was built in just a few seconds. The demons ringed the weapon in stunned silence, squinting like, is that a bow or a monster cannon? Still battered, the boy dropped into a deep deep bow to the elder, because he'd just been granted the one miracle, the chance to go home. The master let out a warm chuckle and dismissed it like it was nothing at all. He raised the fresh steel spear he forged with his own hands and showed it off with effortless, deadly confidence. The gnomes are chowing happily now, because that huge job has become their cozy pre-breakfast ritual. The boy nodded hard at his partner's words. Now all that remained was hunting down the perfect arrows for this setup. He leaned in, dropped his voice, and straight up questioned the hooded boy about whether they had mining explosives. A tiny pause, just long enough for everything to feel like it's about to explode. Gnomes have been grinding up powder for centuries, and they've never stopped. These people live their whole lives beneath the earth, but even for them, carving tunnels is still a brutal, back-breaking grind. That's why they mastered the art of controlling explosions far better than magic ever could. You can't smash your way through solid rock with some puny pickaxe. Nothing short of serious power will crack it. The plan was brutal. One massive blast meant to shatter the dragon's magical barrier wide open. Only then will the blade bite through that thick skin and finally reach the heart of it. He snatched the gnome's charges, bolted the detonator at the base, and wired the fuse to spark the instant mithril met magic. The whole company stared in shock as he straight up flipped the enemy's power back onto the enemy itself. The girl with shining eyes couldn't wait and blurted out, "So what do we call this invention?" He stood tall beside the newly installed ballista and carved into it proudly, "Explosive spear." The massive wooden machine got perfectly tuned and locked in. That deadly harpoon hung there, just waiting to strike, with a booming voice and grand flair. The ruler declared one sacred word, mithril. The elf beside him let out a tired, defeated sigh. An attendee snapped that only the dwarves hold the secret to purifying metal, and that ever since the war, everyone's ties to them were cut for good. The fox minister barely managed to whisper, shaking about how wildly rare this ore really was. The minister bowed, then bravely told the ruler, "This ore is unbelievably rare." The ruler slammed the decision down. "This is why they don't go for a mountain of numbers. They hunt only the absolute best." The old man fumbled nervously with the same cleaning problem all over again. The king leaned over him and ripped into him for spiraling into sudden, crushing pessimism. He blinked hard, utterly baffled, while the whole entourage stared at him in stunned disbelief. He jabbed at the deposit in Dragon's Fang Valley, but the elf snapped back that Kujalika had already swept that territory clean. The king locked eyes with the girl, hope blazing in his stare, as he awkwardly tried to hand her the mission without making it obvious. They told her about the mithril deposits hidden in the Valley of Dragon's Fang, now claimed by the dragon Kujalika. Belphegor's eyes locked on him. Would she dare to take on that deadly mission? Belphevia let out a heavy, gloomy sigh. She couldn't find a single crack in the dragon's defenses. The moment the Black King Dragon was mentioned, the ruler and his advisor instantly went deathly pale with terror. Boots clanged like a war drum, and some voice ripped through the silence, swearing loud as thunder that they'd kill the monster. With pure relief, the king pressed his hand to his brave son's shoulder. Belphevia pleaded for him to stop, but Prince Hydril just wouldn't hear it. He smirked like he knew something nobody else did, and blurted out that his secret weapon was about to make everything explode. The knights erupted in cheers, practically trembling with excitement at the promise of getting to sink their teeth into dragon fillet soon. The elf girl only let out a weary sigh in her head, cursing herself for not running off with Kane. Hydril slammed into his trump card, a massive sword he planned to swing down and decapitate the monster with. Meanwhile, across the distance, hooves tore through the ground like lightning. The many-legged steed Sleipnir hauled a brutal, heavy cart straight over the endless, jagged, rocky wasteland. When the horned giant finally reached the arrival point, he joyfully smacked the animal right on the face, like it was nothing. The trip turned into pure nightmare. One second he was fine, and the next he got slammed to the ground while the demon backed it all up by crushing him with their ballista's weight. Burnt-out Henji managed a thank you to the winged cruel, who beamed and declared the mechanism was ready, hammer clenched in her hands. In the middle of the stony wasteland, the companions pulled the massive ballista's string with smooth, practiced force. The horned giant scowled, totally baffled. How in the world were they going to bait that beast inside a gorge this massive? Henji just smiled, cool and steady, because no matter what, the method never changed. Right ahead of them sprawled the giant boar's carcass, and and the girl couldn't shake the feeling that the last one they caught was even bigger. They slammed a giant chunk of raw meat straight onto the blazing hot stones in the fire. Henji grabbed a knife and slashed deep into his own flesh, over and over. Fat crackled like it was begging to be heard. A mouth-watering cloud of smoke shot up from the cliffs and swallowed the whole valley in one bold, steamy sweep. The girl's mouth watered as she begged for just one bite, but Henji shot her down with cold, firm words. This treat is for the dragon, and the dragon alone. Suddenly, he stumbled and snapped his eyes up with sharp, sudden focus. After Henji swore he'd feed the team once the dust settled, the horned warrior flashed a hungry grin, because out here, no predator would let some brazen picnic happen on its turf. Right then, the sky ripped open with a deafening roar that shook everything. A giant eye bore into the uninvited guests like a curse. Then, right in front of them, stood Kudzalika himself. Someone stared in terror at the giant beast and realized it was Kudzalik, the very same one. The black dragon lunged its snout toward the bait, ready to strike. Click! Then razor-sharp teeth lunged in and tore into the meat like they couldn't wait. With a brutal thud, the beast smashed onto the plateau, blasting a cloud of dust right in front of the three hunters hiding in ambush. "Gotcha!" roared the horned giant, while the boy panicked and screamed for the ballista to be ready, and the girl fidgeted with impatience, craving the fight. Suddenly, all three snapped toward the sound, flinching hard as a strange noise ripped the air. The earth trembled as thunderous hooves hit the ground. An armored squad of knights slammed onto the battlefield at breakneck speed. A confident young man in a fur cloak came racing in, booming. "The Hydrilla commander has arrived." He kicked off the horse, launched himself onto the dragon's back, and swung his heavy sword high for a killing blow. The weapon crashed down with a thunderous crack. Then the flash flared and showed the whole truth. A massive magical shield had slammed it away. The kid on the rock squinted at the gleaming barrier, and when he clocked the royal coat of arms stitched into the light, his body went rigid. That brutal recoil slammed Hydril to the ground, yet he flung up dust with his boots and snarled that this wasn't over. No way. Meanwhile, the dragon grinned and gulped down its lunch like it had never been fed in its life. Suddenly, his pupils snapped tight, zeroing in on the attacker like a predator locking onto prey. Hydrilla's face contorted in pure terror, cold sweat pouring down his brow because that perfect strike he'd landed did nothing to the monster at all. The masked swordsman grinned like he owned the world, getting ready to drop some wildly pompous line. The guy across from him just stared, blinking like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar ripped through the sky as a giant tusked jaw slammed shut with a sharp crack. The swordsman with that giant blade slung over his shoulder suddenly snapped his head around. His bravado vanished in an instant. The hero dropped to his knees, sobbed, and begged his mom and dad for help. Then, without a shred of courage, swiveled to run, abandoning his knights as the dragon tore into them. The brunette froze in pure shock. He couldn't wrap his head around how pathetic and absurd it all was. The dragon whipped its tail across the ground, and the armored warrior got launched into the air like a thrown weapon. With crushing hits that shook the battlefield, the knights scattered left and right, shrieking in pure terror. A rampaging monster lunged after the terrified Hydril, while the last desperate guard sprinted in panic to rip him out of its jaws. The brunette snapped into control. She ordered the horned Albic to fire the ballista, then thrust Cruel into the mission of getting the wounded back to safety. He made a hard decision. He'd be the bait himself and tear the beast's attention away. Cruel twisted her face in disgust, snapped that she didn't want any part of it, yet still caved and agreed reluctantly. Albic ripped out a brutal roar and snapped the ballista's bowstring tight, blasting a projectile straight toward the monster. A blinding blast slammed into the monster, and their partner erupted with pure joy, declaring victory like it was guaranteed. The henge weapon blasted out at full power, unleashing raw force like a thunderclap. No! The shooter's face drained of color in an instant, and he froze, staring straight into the swirling cloud of dust. He launched himself behind the barricade, yanking the girl with him before anything could hit them. From the choking smoke, a massive magical circle burst forth. Its terrifying outline of a demonic horse stared straight at them. The girl went completely still. Henji clenched his teeth and snapped, "This isn't over yet." A thunderous roar tore through the air as the dragon slammed onto the ground, sending a shockwave that almost almost ripped the heroes and their cart right out from under them. The three of them froze in place, tension strapped tight across every breath. The magical barrier buckled and shattered into a million glittering shards, like fragile glass exploding in midair. With a savage leap, the predator launched off the ground and cut into the sky like a living blackout. A thunderous roar ripped the clouds apart. The horned giant seethed, slammed his fist into his palm, and because of that brutal angle, he still couldn't land a hit on his enemy. The girl lunged straight into battle, but the leader snapped her back hard, stopping her cold. He stared like a hawk as the winged monster plunged straight at them, dropping like a stone. He demanded the team just trust him. Then he yanked everyone forward with a fearless, no-question-asked pull. Meanwhile, the hidden weapon has already snapped into action. Its loading is finished, and the target is locked in the crosshairs. The moment the heroes bolted, the man flashed the signal, and the trap snapped shut like a snare. A savage beam smashed into the dragon's snout as the gnome artillerymen erupted in a wild, victory-shaking roar. Their victory didn't last. Panic screamed through the air, and the collapse slammed the door on their only escape route. Beneath a crushing mountain of heavy stones, Hydril, right there, the master himself, was discovered pale, helpless, and trapped. A brutal explosion ripped the stone wall apart into flying shards, and the heroes just froze, stunned, wide-eyed, and speechless. A massive, clawed paw crashed out of the dust like a nightmare given legs. With a razor-sharp snap of her finger, she drove the point at the enemy, only to see a demonic explosive spear jutting straight out of his side. The blade was jammed so deep into his body that black blood poured out, and not even ordinary steel could scratch this skin. Cruel surged forward in an instant, threw her arms wide, and barked at Henji to hide behind her. A giant scaly maw roared and blasted out a choking cloud of black smoke. Her pupil shrank in a flash, terror gripping her as the blow was about to land. A roaring wave of pure energy smashed into them, scorching the ground and ripping the arena apart like it was made of paper. The horned warrior hurled himself to the ground, shielding his tiny helpers with his huge body as debris rained down like a storm. The cave's ceiling couldn't take the impact and buckled. Then it came crashing down, yanking everyone straight into the crushing stone abyss. Beneath mountains of stone, their hope, the massive ballista crushed and died with a shaking, thunderous rumble. When the smoke finally vanished, Henji yelled for Cruel in panic, and she answered still alive as she broke into a massive white dragon. Henji whipped his head around, staring at those towering walls in pure panic because there was no way out. They'd trapped him in the corner. The battered warrior stared down the rescued kids with a grim scowl, teeth clenched. Sure, they made it alone, but the weapon was gone for good. Henji clutched his weapon with shaking hands because even the dwarves couldn't stand a force like this, and Kujalika was already up in the sky, staring down at them. The horned demon shoved his companion down hard, silencing him fast by slamming his head into the ground. Panic exploded everywhere. People shrieked and begged for salvation. Then they finally snapped into horror and realized a real demon had been standing right beside them the whole time. A massive dragon towered over the group, and Henji panicked, begging himself to think of a plan. Then the horned beast snapped his confidence out of him with a brutal, sharp shove of reality. No way to fall back. Once the ballista was smashed and the route behind him was sealed, the demon leaned in and demanded the young man's plan. Henji jolted, then whispered her name in pure disbelief. His armored hand tightened into a death-grip fist. The white dragoness snarled with teeth bared, pure fury blazing in her eyes. Henji grabbed hold of his own thoughts and reminded himself he didn't come all this way for anything else but this exact moment. He instantly got it. Jumping in would only slow them down, since the allies would have to keep splitting their focus just to guard the group. Cruella's whole nature screams protect and defend. Instead, Kujelik survived a slaughterhouse of battles as the black dragon darted in and drove its fangs straight into her neck without mercy. Right before Hendi's eyes, her warm smile lit up the moment, and he swore he wouldn't stand aside while the person closest to him was left to suffer. He vowed no way would they face that pain alone. Henji instantly clocked the real threat. If the dragoness kept having to defend their group, she'd get pulled off course every single time. White Cruel was born to protect, so it only made sense that he'd step in and shield everyone no matter what. Meanwhile, the dark Kudzalika was was made for a brutal bloodbath. The boy met his friends with a warm, aching stare, and swore he'd rather die than let them suffer a single second. Once the dust from the collapse finally drifted away, a massive vein of pure mithril snapped into view, crisscrossing the cave wall like a treasure map. Henji snapped his eyes onto Cruel in an instant. He gripped that shard of ore so hard his knuckles ached. No forge, no anvil anywhere around, yet this bright little stone still gave them a shot. The horned giant and his little helpers simply nodded, wordless, like they were locking in for something huge. "Believe in yourself," the boy barked, staring that dragoness dead in the eyes. He choked halfway through his sentence, fighting the fear clawing at his chest. A hooded, mysterious voice tore through his thoughts out of nowhere, shouting at him to never, ever doubt himself. That same icy, familiar reproach from the elf, always demanding action right now, hit again, sharp and unmistakable. With every last doubt gone, Henji snarled at Cruel to stop the enemy no matter what, and then he started forging a demonic spear right in the heart of the battlefield. 113. Henji slammed his hand down and declared, right here, right now, he was carving a demonic spear from thin air. Henji told her to stop meddling, and the dragoness just nodded once, then barked at him to hurry up. She asked, sharp and straight to the point, if she was basically just supposed to buy time. He forced a shaky smile. He knew it would sound creepy when it came from her mouth, but he trusted her completely anyway. The dragoness hissed like a warning from hell, because if she had to, she'd tear the enemy apart herself. Spinning around, the massive creature surged straight ahead. Henji flashed her a warm smile and wished her the best before she stepped out. Meanwhile, the horned warrior barked orders to his dwarfs, and the little helpers scrambled in with eager, joy-filled grunts. Suddenly, the dragoness snapped around, blinking hard. Wait, did he just call her his partner? The man thrust his clenched fist forward with zero hesitation. He flashed a warm, unshakable smile and firmly promised her he needs her exactly like this. Then he softly traced her cheek, calling her family and the dearest student he'd ever claim. The dragoness immediately soured. She snapped her gaze away, exhaled a heavy sigh, and dryly muttered that everything was fine. Henji snapped her hands to her head, totally stunned, with zero clue what had set her off. Instead of talking it out, she slammed her hard forehead into him, and the man's breath caught in a shocked gasp. The white dragoness shot into the sky like a streak of light, yelling with pure joy at the bewildered man staring up below. Suddenly, space ripped open as a savage burst of black flame tore through everything. She froze in place as a colossal dark silhouette towered over her, swallowed by the clouds. Before she even caught her breath, the enemy smashed a massive sphere of destructive energy at her, and she jerked back in pure shock. The sphere slammed into the ground with a deafening roar, blasting up a muddy wall of dust and debris. From above, the black dragon demanded to know how many lives she'd swallowed to swell this huge, then rage and guilt slammed her with old memories. She used to hunt just to live, slaughtering without blinking. Kujalika kept staring at her new size with icy, unblinking cold. Back then, every single life was just a fragile snack to her, here today, gone the next. Henji's arrival shattered everything, like he cracked open a whole new world for her and handed her the one reason life was actually worth fighting for. Now she's made a vow. She'll protect him no matter what it costs. His face was staring back at her from inside her eyes, crystal clear. Rage exploded in her. She snapped that nobody was allowed to compare them. Then she whipped around and tore off with a furious jerk. "You'll pay for every last thing, Kudzaliko," she screamed, launching herself like an arrow straight at the black giant.